But before we do the
Maharaj, maybe you can stop the recording for now. Okay. I'm okay with that. I have one question. Should we just mute that and use this as a speaker? So that we don't have to sit there. I'll have to sit there. You have to be there? Yeah. Then you go here one time? Yeah. But look hard. Sit there the whole time.
Is this okay or should I turn it off?
Yeah, it's okay. You can start it. Just 2 minutes. If I do Aarti here, current Prabhu, will it be till you? I'm going to come there. Okay.
Where is the wall with the rear? Or is that okay? Keep playing.
okay. So I should be restreaming.
So Maharaj, we have to admit people.
Yeah, you're the person that's going to admit them.
Okay.
But don't admit 222156. Anybody with a name like that, you know.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so here I'm going to start the official Zoom here.
You want to turn the camera on for this one? I spotlighted you. You can start.
Okay, good. So, Hare Krishna, welcome to our Zoom for Janmashtami and for Vyasa Puja. Today we're going to be doing various devotees hearing their Vyasa Puja offering. But before we get into that, I want to start off with a little segment introducing 26 Second Avenue. We're going to have a live camera at 26 Second Avenue, and some devotees will be actually giving their Vyasa Puja from 26 Second Avenue. So we're going to roll it here. So here it is. This is New York City, the place everybody wants to be, but it's also the place where Srila Prabhupada started the Hare Krishna movement, a movement that none of us saw coming, none of us had any idea about, none of us had any understanding of. It came apparently from India. It had philosophy that we'd never heard before. And it all started here. And this is the city where they say it never sleeps. There are tall high rises here, scraping buildings, and people walking everywhere, the day or the night. Everybody's looking for something, but most people don't know what they're actually looking for. They're looking for the supreme person in the heart, but they don't know it. However, in a very apparently unremarkable place here at 26 Second Avenue, there was a temple, and the temple started when Prabhupada first came here. It was called Matchless Gifts, and there was, where it says Hare Krishna Temple now, there was a little marquee, and the marquee said Matchless Gifts, because at one time, for sale in the front of this display window were little matchboxes. And these matchboxes had different things made out of them and different things made with matches. So that's why it was called Matchless Gifts. But that would be changed when the business would go out of business, and Prabhupada and his followers would rent this storefront, and Prabhupada began doing regular classes here. And first, only a few people came. Then shortly thereafter, more and more people started to arrive. And it wasn't long before this one place became more than one place. And we started to see new Hare Krishna temples developing in other locations. Of course, for a while, everybody met here. Then there was a place up the street. Then there was a place in Brooklyn. Then eventually there was a place in San Francisco. Then there was a place in other places. And eventually we came to have 108 temples all over the world. That was when Prabhupada left the world. Now there's thousands. Some are very small, maybe just little houses with husband and wife together doing a home program on Saturday or Friday night, or maybe a full temple like we have in Brooklyn. So the important thing is that right here in this very little space here, which looks like a long corridor basically, was the place where Prabhupada sat. And there's images of him on this wall here when he first began. This is an image of him when he would speak from the very back here with those very same windows behind him. And there at one point was a little raised area with some deities right behind him. And people would come here and sit down on the floor, and Prabhupada would talk to them. And he was saying something that they had never heard before about reincarnation, about karma, about devotional service. So it all started here. And there was a gas station next door. That gas station is gone now. It's been replaced by a multi-story building. And here was the area where Prabhupada used to speak. And behind here, through these windows, was a place where Prabhupada actually lived on the second floor here. And he would reside there and eat and sleep there. And then he would come in the back way and come in through this door and then talk to people who were here at 26 2nd Avenue. This was Prabhupada's beginning temple. He had no idea what would come. He envisioned a worldwide movement, but he had no idea how it would happen. But it did happen. And 1 temple, 2, 5, 10, finally 108, now into close to 1,000 or more. And all over the world, wherever you are, good chance if you're near some major city in some part of the world, you are near a Hare Krishna temple. So this is the original Hare Krishna temple. And today we are celebrating Vyasa Puja, which means it's the celebration of the day that Prabhupada came to the earth, his birthday. However, we celebrate it on the lunar calendar, not on the Gregorian solar calendar. So we celebrate it according to when the moon comes around. So that's why it drifts from date to date in each year. And right after we have Janmashtami, which is the day when Krishna is born, we have the day after Krishna is born, which is the day Prabhupada was born. So we call that Vyasa Puja. All the devotees, they make some heartfelt offering to their spiritual master, A.C. Bhaktivedanta. They try to either say a poem, they try to give some recollection, some memory they had when they were with Prabhupada during the time he was alive. And sometimes they just say their mind or show how grateful they were for the fact that Prabhupada came and gave us this amazing philosophy and created a whole movement to go with it. So all over the world, religions are saying love God. Prabhupada came and showed an easy way to actually do that. and he established an association of people who would be able to do that. So Vyasa Puja is the day when people who are Prabhupada's disciples, and even those who are not his direct disciples, but are disciples of his disciples, when all those in ISKCON, for one day, they kind of put things aside and they think about their relationship with Prabhupada, and they think about how Prabhupada came into their lives, what Prabhupada did to change their lives, and they try to show some gratitude. So you can come up here and get a close-in shot of Prabhupada, and then we'll move on to the rest of our Vyasa Puja Zoom live cast. Okay, so that was our introduction little segment there. I guess that Pañcaratna and his wife haven't arrived yet. Is that correct?
They're here. They're here.
They're here? Okay, good. So Atītaguṇa, well, actually, we need to go into the Śrī Guru-Vandanā. So take it away there. You can put me off the center screen, and we can do the local camera there.
Spotlight. Spotlight out. Spotlight here. Go more.
Right.
Replace spotlight.
Do you have any Madanga players?
Or
No.
people who can keep a rhythm.
Speaker.
And I can show you a very simple way. Anyone who's willing to.
Might be able to fake it.
Yeah, that's the process, right? We fake it till we make it.
I thought it was all about sincerity.
Oh, I'm following that. Sincere faking,
Oh, there it is.
okay? So we're going to sing a special prayer for Guru, called the Guru-Vandanā. And how many of you know the prayer? You know it? Śrī Guru-Vandanā Padma. Right? You know it? No? I don't think you know it. How about you? Do you know the prayer?
Some of it.
Some of it. All right. Well, I will sing slowly, and you can try to follow along. But anyway, just if you can't sing or repeat it, then just listen.
Okay.
Take the mood.
Yeah.
But it is just in brief. It's a Bengali poem that glorifies and explains the significance of Guru. Śrī Guru-Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Dharma Śrī Guru-Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Dharma Śrī Guru-Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti
Śrīmate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine.
Gauravāṇī Pracārine Nirviṣeṣa Sunyavādi Pañcaratna Jaya Śrī Guru-Vandanā Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Śrī Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Śrī Advaita Gadadhara Śrī Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Jai Jai Śrī Prabhupāda.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so welcome to our Zoom World Transcendental Offerings for Srila Prabhupada. We're getting a chance because of the modern technology to actually welcome people from all over the world and have speakers from all over the world. So you got a little taste of 26 Avenue there, which is where we've got one set of cameras. I'm in a different location, and we have people coming in from a lot of different places. So please, I'm hoping Krishna will be merciful upon me, and Srila Prabhupada will appreciate what we're trying to do here is pull devotees together to give kind of a different type of Vyasa Puja than usual. You hear from different voices. So our first speaker that we have lined up on our agenda here is Atītaguṇa, who is there at 26 Avenue. If someone could have her come up to the chair there and speak, and you can put the spotlight off me again and put it on the 26 Avenue chair.
Whatever. See, check the microphone on.
Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Vistaya Bhutale Śrīmati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tanamane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravāṇī Pacharane Nivishesha Shunyavadi Aschacha Desatarane. My dear beloved spiritual master, Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupāda, please accept my most respectful obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet on this occasion of you celebrating the Vyasa Puja of 126th anniversary. As a few years ago, our resident sannyasi, Chandrasekhar Maharaj, wrote, "Saints like you do something amazing, quite beyond our bounds. Our master has called, and each hears his voice in a different time. A rare swan can bring out the timeless from the past." As you said to us, Srila Prabhupada, in 1976, so if you're engaged, satatam, always in kirtan, then you are safe. Maya will not be able to touch you. I am now living in the New York temple, with the emphasis being on going out every day on Harinam, Sankirtan, and book distribution. The Vaishnava community here is strong and sincere. Everyone has one goal: to serve you, Srila Prabhupada. You would be pleased at the dedication and strength of the devotees here. There is enthusiasm and happiness on every devotee's face, especially in the early hours of the morning at Mangalati. The devotees are dancing and jumping in ecstasy. To dance and chant joyfully is a real medicine for the material disease. The whole world can be united by this process. Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda introduced this simply joyful process. It is especially potent when we chant with firm faith and conviction. You must be smiling with great pleasure at these transcendental activities in New York City and all over the world. Srila Prabhupada, you are my real shelter. You are with me every day of my life. You are the teacher by example. You have given me faith that I may attain Krishna Prem at some time. You have given us a straight talk about this crazy world. As you said, preaching is also not difficult, because you don't have to manufacture anything. Everything is there. It is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's order. Our first duty is to read your books in a proper mood, to remain steadily fixed in Krishna consciousness. It is wonderful to approach them with inquisitiveness, enthusiasm, and a prayerful attitude. Your transcendental Bhaktivedanta purports are ours to take as gifts from you with gratitude. Your books contain everything we need to know to get the spiritual strength to overcome the urges of the senses and the restful mind. Life is meant for God realization and not sense gratification. I want to be full of yearning to please you. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to participate in this preaching of mission of Lord Chaitanya. Our prayer is always to serve you and become more dedicated to your mission. So here I am in New York. We will go to your first temple, 26th 2nd Avenue tonight. A very small storefront where your chanting and preaching first started is a truly holy place where 56 years ago, you started the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Now there's chanting and centers in every country of the world. Srila Prabhupada, savior of the world, died. The worthless servant Atītaguṇa doesn't.
Yeah.
Yes,
Say-
okay.
say-
So, I was thinking, because I was lucky enough to meet Srila Prabhupada personally, that maybe I could share some of his pastimes. When I first joined in New Zealand, on hearing the Srimad Bhagavatam class, the speaker would often talk about spiritual desire. So I wanted to test it. I was just new. I didn't want to embrace everything without some substantial knowledge behind it. So I decided to go to the top. I wanted to be personally initiated by you, Srila Prabhupada. So in 1976, you went to Melbourne. I was in Melbourne. I used to look after a little girl there, and she came up with me to the Vyasa-san. We paid out prostrated obeisances. In those days, the ladies paid full dandavats. So we paid them, and then the little girl went up to Srila Prabhupada. She was about 4 years old, and said, Srila Prabhupada, does that mean I'm initiated now? And he said, no. So in those days, in 1976, Srila Prabhupada's secretary would pick out the names. So when we went up there, Srila Prabhupada said, all right, your name is Anita. And then he said, no, it isn't. We don't give that name. We don't give that name Anita to anyone. It's not a Vaishnava name. Anita means without a path. And we Vaishnavas have a path. So I'm going to call you Atītaguṇa. And then I realized, Srila Prabhupada, you personally initiated me. That's what I wanted. I tested that desire and it fructified. It came true. So the next day, Srila Prabhupada, everyone knows that Srila Prabhupada liked to go on his morning walks. So the next day, we were going to the Melbourne Botanical Gardens, and they are beautiful. And Srila Prabhupada is very personal. When the joggers came by, he would say hello and like that. And so we were walking, the ladies were in the back, then we couldn't hear anything. But the smart ladies, when Srila Prabhupada stepped on a leaf, they would pick it up and keep it forever. But one adventurous girl grabbed me by the hand and said, no, we're going down to the front. We want to hear everything. So Srila Prabhupada stopped by a tree and he picked the leaves from the tree and he crushed them and smelt them and said, what is this tree? And the devotee said, Srila Prabhupada, it's a camphor tree. And Srila Prabhupada said, yes, Radharani loves camphor. It's her favorite fragrance. So then a devotee came up and said, Srila Prabhupada, there's a question I want to ask you, because you always say that in the temple we're in Vaikuntha, and Vaikuntha means without anxiety. But Srila Prabhupada, I'm always in anxiety. And Srila Prabhupada said, yes, you are in anxiety because you're a human being. Every human being is going to be in anxiety, but you pick what kind of anxiety you want to be in. You can either be in spiritual or material anxiety, so you pick. So he was saying, if you are not in anxiety, you are zombie. And zombie is the Bengali way of saying zombie. You are the walking dead. So then in a way, I got to test out Vaikuntha and anxiety. When we got back to the temple, one Mataji said, Atita, I want you to wash Srila Prabhupada's cloth. Will you do that? I'm like, yeah, I'll do that. And then I thought, I want to do something special for him. I want to make his cloth smell beautiful. And in those days, I was the Pujari assistant, actually Korma's Pujari assistant. And so I was able to get my hands on pure sandalwood oil. So I'm like, oh, I put pure sandalwood oil all over Prabhupada's clothes and make them smell beautiful. So that's what I did. I sprinkled all this sandalwood oil on Srila Prabhupada's cloth. And then I put it in hot soapy water and washed it and washed it and washed it and rinsed it, put it on the line. And then when it was dry, I ironed it. So I started ironing it, and there was lots of oil on the cloth. And I'm like, what am I going to do? I can't get Prabhupada cloth with oil all over it, even if it smells beautiful. So I went to the householders. In those days, 10% were householders and 90% were brahmacharis and brahmacharinis. And actually, Prabhupada said there in Melbourne, in a few years, it'll be the opposite. And everyone's like, no, we believe everything Prabhupada says, but not that. That is not possible. So anyway, I went to the householder house and asked for money to get some potion to get the oil stains out. So I just squeezed it and squeezed it and squeezed it. And tried to get all the stains out. So then I washed it in hot soapy water again and rinsed it. And then I wasn't able to dry it because there was no time. So I ironed it. So I got the iron out and I ironed it. And there was lots of oil on the cloth. And then I realized I'm in complete anxiety. What am I going to do? This is my spiritual master's cloth, and I'm going to give it to him, and it's full of oil stains. What am I going to do? And I thought, there's nothing I can do. There's no time. I've just got to go there. So I went to Srila Prabhupada's quarters and gave the cloth to Hari Sori Prabhu, and I went, Hari Sori, I'm very, very sorry, but there's oil stains all over the cloth and I couldn't get them out. And he said, oh, don't worry about it. There's always oil stains on Prabhupada's cloth because he has a massage and he has the oil on his body, and there's always stains on his cloth. Don't worry about it. So I couldn't believe it. It was such relief, you know. Okay.
Yeah, I think our time is 15 minutes.
I can talk just a little bit about Mayapur. So the next year, in 1977, I was able to go to Mayapur, and Australia is very rich in milk products, especially ghee. So every year when we went to Sridham Mayapur, we'd take 2 kilos of ghee. Every devotee would do that and give it to Srila Prabhupada. And I said to my friend, I want to take something more. I want to take something more than just the ghee. And she said, oh, I know, take full cream powdered milk. And I'm like, full cream powdered milk, you can get it anywhere. It's just lying all over the supermarket shelves. But I'll take her advice and I'll get full cream powdered milk. Okay. So I got that. I didn't realize in America you couldn't get it. It was all skim milk. But in Australia you could get it. It's a milk country. So on that day, 2 ladies were able to spend 2 minutes each with Srila Prabhupada. Okay, so we're in a line, and this other lady and I, this other devotee and I, got in to see Srila Prabhupada. And so we presented the ghee, and he was very thankful for the ghee. And then I was feeling really embarrassed. Srila Prabhupada, here's some full cream powdered milk. And I thought he was going to say, full cream powdered milk, that's a long way from, milk, a long way from the cow. And then his eyes lit up. His eyes lit up, and he said, fantastic. Tell my cook to make all my milk sweets out of this. And I just felt like my human life was worthwhile. And before, he was just spending 2 minutes with each couple of ladies. But this time he spent a half an hour, and he spoke about cow protection and how we must look after the cows, how very important they are. And I guess my life changed after that. Just wanted to keep being with Srila Prabhupada. And I just thought my human life was worthwhile and pleased my spiritual master. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Wonderful reminiscences. Thank you. Every great woman has a better half.
No.
In this case,
A lesser half.
a lesser half. I was going to say an equal half.
No, it's
No,
always a
it's
lesser.
lesser half. I'd like to
It's
invite,
half, but it's
I keep it going as lesser half up. Pañcaratna, please.
Next speaker, after Pañcaratna, next speaker, who's the next speaker?
I will find that out.
So, Hare Krishna. Can you hear well enough? Following in the footsteps of my better half, I will read my offering also first, and then we have a little time. We have about 15 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So yes, we all have, as disciples of Srila Prabhupada, we have this great fortune. Hare Krishna, Yogeśvara Prabhu, Hare Krishna. Nice to see you. And Satyanarayana too, Hare Krishna. I speak of Srila Prabhupada's disciples and they walk in the door. So yeah, we have the fortune of writing our homages and getting them published. Actually, there's a website you can go to if you want to dive in more. It's called sptributes.com. So this is what I wrote this year, and just like to share that with you. Get to it. Get to it. Scrolling. I had it open, ready to go, right? And it's now it's going. So give me a second. We have this program this morning also at the Prahladananda Mandir. Okay, so Srila Prabhupada himself used to write poetry for glorifying his spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada Bhaktivedanta. So attempting to do the same, to read a poem. On this glorious day, the first word I must use to express what I feel must surely be gratitude. But still this word falls far short of the truth of the simple fact that I owe everything to you. There is no reason, no cause one can see for the mercy you've given again and again to me. No words of thanks can be enough to convey even a token of my debt, impossible to repay. Still, I give you my life. Though alone, it is worthless. Please use it in your mission and give it real purpose. Let each of my actions, with mind, words, and body, express what words can't, my gratitude to you eternally. Again, following my good wife's example, I'll share some of my experiences with Srila Prabhupada that have informed my life in many different ways. I'll begin with my first personal contact with Srila Prabhupada after my initiation, which was in 1971 in New York. At that time, I didn't have much. I mean, I approached his Vyasa-san and I did what everyone did, and I repeated what are the 4 rules and yes, I will chant 16 rounds, and then Srila Prabhupada did. That particular day was interesting. This was in a series of initiations. Srila Prabhupada had been in India for some months, and out of poor health and for various reasons, he had actually suspended the initiations for some time. So there's like a little backlog. And so there was 6 days, I think, 5 or 6 days, first in Boston and from all over. I was with a group that came up from Washington, D.C. on that day. And as Atītaguṇa was pointing out, after some years, Srila Prabhupada used to give his secretaries or others the responsibility for selecting names. And as Atītaguṇa was saying, she wanted more. She wanted the personal connection that Srila Prabhupada. Well, I didn't get that. I got the name selection process, and our dear friend and godbrother Pradyumna was at that time traveling with Srila Prabhupada as a Sanskrit editor, and I'm pretty sure that I did go to ask him later on. See, he selected, and today he decided to do numbers. So he started off with Dasarath, and then he went to Ashtarath, and then he went to Navarath, and then he went to Saptarath, and then he came to me, Pañcaratna. So Srila Prabhupada said Pañcaratna Das, okay. Pañcaratna Das, 5 jewels. Later on, I went to Pradyumna. I said, "What does that mean?" You know? And he said, some king or something, I don't know. I guess he was just, picking out, let's do some numbers today. Anyway, so I didn't have any other exchange. But the following year, I was very fortunate to have a generous mother who donated the substantial money to get what today would be considered to be a toy, which was portable video equipment. This was reel to reel. This wasn't. I mean, you can fit in a 1/8 of an inch here. What took this much, this big here, and this big here, and this much there, of a video camera. And so, anyway, so I was thrilled. I got to tape Srila Prabhupada's lecture. And there was one wonderful feature, aside from the fact that this is, much less expensive than film, is it was silent. The reel to reel just, had made no noise. And Srila Prabhupada was a bit sensitive during his speaking to click, 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 clicks of cameras and movie cameras or still cameras. But I could sit there behind my viewfinder and just watch. And I have to admit that I'm told that my videography was pretty poor because I love to zoom in. I like to try to catch the motion of a hand or the expression. So I spent a lot of time zooming in and out, and later a real photographer told me, well, that's not the way you're supposed to do it. So anyway, afterwards, I was really thrilled, and I was allowed to come and show off my new toy for his service. And we brought the equipment to his room. I still remember the desk that he was sitting behind is there in our Brooklyn temple. You can go there and see it. So I set it up in front of there. Now, this particular time, Srila Prabhupada in his talk, he often, nowadays we don't do this so much, but in those days, he used to sing before speaking and sing. There would be kirtan. He would call for kirtan after his talk. So he had done so, and there was a devotee, I don't remember who was leading the kirtan. It could have been one of our famous Vishnu John or something like that. But in any case, maybe halfway through or some, Srila Prabhupada began to he took over the lead of the kirtan, and he was leading the kirtan, enthusiastically banging on his gong and just leading an amazing kirtan. And I was there videoing, I was taking the video. So now I'm presenting this to Srila Prabhupada, and he comes to this place, and I look and I see that Srila Prabhupada is looking, and he's just clapping along and chanting with the kirtan. I was taken by his mood of absorption in kirtan, not in himself on the screen, but on the kirtan of the holy name. Taya, you forgive me for mentioning, this is Taya sitting here. She lives here. She mentioned when we met just last week, I think it was. Right?
Yes.
That when you were growing up in this area, you remember one time riding on the Bowery, correct me if I'm wrong, and that you looked to the side and you saw an elderly Indian looking gentleman dressed in his robes, and he was playing cymbals, just walking down the street.
Yes.
And I this is just another, we were reminiscing today. There's a wonderful book by a god sister of ours, Mula Prakriti, who's interviewed many of the many people who knew or Srila Prabhupada before he came to America. And there was one who related how in Vrindavan he used to observe I think he was quite young at the time. He used to observe that quite frequently Srila Prabhupada would leave his residence, his small little place, and I think it wasn't in Radha Damodar, it was in the other temple. And he took his danda with some and a pair of kartals, and he would go out to the other side of the Jamuna, which is the river where Vrindavan is, which is a sandy bank. There's nothing there. And he would plant his danda in the ground, and he'd just sing and dance around the danda. So his attachment to kirtan was the first impression I got of Srila Prabhupada. Since Atītaguṇa spoke also about Mayapur, I'll just say a brief thing that is important for us here in this room particularly, since we are here in New York City. I served from 1971 till in the New York City ISKCON Center at the time in 439 Henry Street, where Satyaraj and Yogeśvara, you were there too for some time. And then we moved to 55th Street, Manhattan. And we had just moved in 1975. And in February so of 76, I went to Mayapur, as I had done the year before, with the intention of going before the main group of devotees so that I could return when they were there and make sure that things were all right, because I was kind of a manager. But when I got to Mayapur, they needed tremendous help. They just didn't have manpower, and I was asked to help out to the organization of the festival that was arriving. So I got involved, and I got into many different services, and this was noted by the leaders of the project there. And when our GVC came and with the rest of the devotees, they approached and they said, "Can you stay? We need people, manager type of people. We have so much to do." And Madhavisa Maharaj Prabhu, it was just the fresh. He had just come in to be the GVC and temple president. So he said, "Well, I really, I don't feel qualified to make the decision. We should go and ask Srila Prabhupada." So we did that. We went to his room. And in that meeting, although I have to admit it's not seared in my cortex that I can pull it out and just visualize it, but I did remember it to the extent that it was written down and so on. So I believe this is true, what I'm about to say. Srila Prabhupada was in an interesting mood. He appeared to be disturbed by the state of the world, particularly in India. And he made the first comment that has stuck with me. He said that we can't expect the whole world to become Krishna conscious, but there should be one ideal place. When he said that, I sensed that he was referring to Mayapur, the Mayapur project. It should be an ideal place. So that's stuck with me. So then Madhavisa began, and he began like this, he kind of following on. So Srila Prabhupada, we understand that Mayapur is your most important project. Srila Prabhupada stopped and said, "No, New York is my most important project." That is stuck with me. That is stuck with me. And I think, as I've spent more time here in the last few years, I get the sense that Srila Prabhupada considered the Krishna consciousness movement. Well, first of all, he came here. He started here. He talks about this, how his god brothers had gone to London, because London was in 1930s and 40s, London was the seat of the empire. But he gave two different things. At one point he said, well, they've gone to London and they failed. So if I'm going to fail, let me go to someplace new and fail. So I'll go to New York. But he also talked about New York in a different respect, that New York is, and I think at least those in this room will probably agree, maybe not you from Toronto, that New York is the capital of the world. He agrees. New York, the Big Apple. So yes, if we can succeed to spread Krishna consciousness, succeed to do something, to serve this such diverse melting pot of humanity that is congregated in this great or, well, big city, then it will have its effects all over the world. So those are some reflections, reminiscences, and I thank you very, very much for allowing me to do that.
Thank you so much. So,
By the way, I just want to apologize, brothers, my wife and I have promised to also go over to the Bhakti Center at some point. So if you see us going out, it's just that we have to go there and then we'll come back.
yeah, the disciples of Śrīla Prabhupāda were quite amazing. They've worked and struggled for years, going through austerity and sacrifice, the likes that the rest of us have no idea of. I never had to sleep on a concrete floor. I never had to take cold baths. I never had to go through my days with just like a little bit of rice, a little bit of dal twice a day or something. On behalf of everybody, I thank you. And they're running around, sharing Śrīla Prabhupada. They were in Brooklyn before. Then now they're here, they're going to Bhakti Center. Yogeśvara, just at Bhakti Center now. We're also doing Chandrasekhar Maharaj has organized this whole thing. We thank you very much. To show you how conditioned I still am, when I think of Yogeśvara, I don't think, oh, Prabhupada disciple. The first thing I think is, oh, he recorded with the Beatles. And then I think, oh, Prabhupada disciple. So I'm still working on that. Hopefully by next year, I can turn that around. So Yogeśvara, please come up and share your reminiscences.
Thank you, Yaranath. I'm glad you've got your priorities straight. Best things first, after all. Hello, nice to meet you all. My name is Yogeśvara, or Hey You, as my wife calls me. And it's been my privilege to serve in Prabhupada's movement for the past half century or so. Seen many changes over that time. And whenever I've been asked to speak at a gathering like this to honor Śrīla Prabhupada, my first thought goes to the people in the room. I know that there are a few who met Prabhupada. I'm guessing that most of you never did, because you weren't born yet, for one thing. And often what I'm asked to talk about is what it was like to be with him. What was he like as a person? So I'd like to make, I don't know how.
15 minutes.
So I'm going to speak just briefly about one point that I would like you to know, understand about him. And then would you kindly think about things you'd like to know? If there's anything that you'd like to know about Prabhupada from someone who had the privilege of spending many months with him. Be prepared to ask me. I'm here for you, so I'd like to be able to address the points that are of interest to you. Is that fair? Okay. So the one thing I'd like you to know about Prabhupada is that he came to teach. He was a teacher. First and foremost, he wanted people, his heart was so big and so soft. It hurt him to see people suffer. It hurt him to see people misled by the propaganda that we are the body, mind complex, and that there is nothing more than that. And that's still the theme today. I mean, the overriding theme in physicalist science, reductionist science, is that there is nothing but matter in the universe. And in fact, to be a credible science today, you have to accept the ground rules. The ground rules are that you will address nature as a closed system. There will be no references to transcendent forces, eternal souls, divinities, and so on. That's off the table. We're just going to deal with what we can quantify, what we can hypothesize, and then test by experiment. And that's the dominant vernacular. And it's a good one. It works. And there's a reason why science is so powerful. It's that it creates technology. It is predictive. Molecules and subatomic particles behave just the way science anticipates they will. The planets and universes and galaxies turn in their orbits and in their cosmic cycles just as science anticipates. It works. And it is a reality that is important for most of our life. Most of our life is led in a Newtonian universe where we need to know what to do in order to live effectively, to stay healthy and so on. The downside is that it denies people access to their own immortal self. It denies that consciousness, the thing that makes you who you are uniquely, the irreducible sense of meanness, which each of us experiences. That was what Prabhupada wanted to reinvest into the human dialogue. He was concerned that by stripping that dimension away, people were left with no alternative except the sadness of their life. His message was, you are more than the traumas and tragedies that have defined you to this time. You have those sad experiences. They are not who you are. You are something more than that. You are something beautiful, something eternal, something complete, something transcendent that existed before and will exist after this body goes away. And the glory of that transcendent self is that it is a loving being. We exist to love and to be loved. Wow. I mean, you knocked me off my whoopee cushion when I heard that message. And if there's one thing that I would try to convey to you is that every moment with him was a learning experience. There wasn't anything that transpired in Prabhupada's company that didn't have some valuable takeaway. It could be the tiniest little thing. He evoked from that moment its lasting value. Anything and everything had deeper meaning for him. That was an extraordinary thing to see. We'd be on a morning walk and we'd go by in a park, and there'd be trees and bushes, and then one dead tree lying on the path. And he'd say, what's the difference between this tree and the other trees? We're just taking a walk in the park. What's the difference between this tree and these other trees? He says, the life force has left this tree. Therefore, the body is inert. It doesn't move. He lifts his finger and he says, like my finger. My fingernail is dead. It's inert. There's no sensation there. If you just go a half inch lower, there's sensation. The skin is alive. So we are looking for the Krishna sensation, the life sensation. I mean, everything was like that about him. We would talk, he would sometimes posit a thing, like, we're all God, now discuss. And we go, well, no, we're not. And we say, oh, yes, we are. And so there was a purpose to that. Faith, if it's going to be effective, it's actually going to make a difference in life. It has to be grounded in knowledge. It has to be grounded in something substantial. How is it that we are not God? Well, what is the definition of spirit? Spirit is the antithesis of matter. If matter is divisible, if matter can deteriorate, then by definition, spirit is that which does not deteriorate. It's immortal. Is it indestructible? Now, what does it mean that the self, the Atman, consciousness, is indestructible? It means that if you're an individual being now, you must be an individual eternally. There cannot have been a moment in cosmic history when the indestructible energy, Brahman, pervasive energy of creation, got somehow magically cut up into little beings that were then dispersed across creation. And that at some point in the future, when you perfect your yoga, you get crazy glued back onto this indestructible Brahman energy. It's a contradiction in terms. If you are an individual now, you are an individual eternally, because matter is spirit is indestructible. So there's a wealth of knowledge behind the lifestyle of a Krishna devotee. So that's the formal part of this. I hope you've been thinking about what you'd like to know. And you can ask anything. No questions are off the table. Yes, please give me your name.
I'm Gaurav.
Gaurav. How do you go?
So first of all, I really miss your Gita classes on Tuesday.
Me too. I missed your company on Tuesday.
So very happy to see you. And I had one question, like when you said like Prabhupada gave us like an alternative to modern science.
Yes.
And so, but as I understand, like he was encouraging, it wasn't just people were rejecting modern science, but they were still intellectual. They were still like, thinking from this, from Shastras, So it wasn't, so was he like really he did ask us to just reject modern science?
No, quite the opposite. In fact, I wouldn't even say that he was offering an alternative to science.
Mhm.
I would say he was adding the missing piece. Prabhupada never denied the miracles of science.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a pharmacist. He was a scientist himself as a young man. He understood what science was capable of doing.
Okay.
And he encouraged us to make use of technology in Krishna's service. There was never any antithetical feeling towards science. That's a misunderstanding. Where he had a problem was with those individual scientists who, out of ego, pride, whatever, dared to claim that their knowledge was complete, because that was doing harm to people. To deny people access to their own immortal self is shameful. It's reprehensible. That he had a problem with. But he never had any problem with science.
So he respected like scientists.
He was so proud of his scientist students. They were his pride and joy. The one project that he gave money to without the stipulation that this should be reimbursed, was the science group. He said, you have an important project. And it was interesting as well. He said, our worship of Krishna, that's our own internal business. That's not your job. Your job is to establish the non-material nature of consciousness. That life comes from life, not from matter. That was critical to him. Any thinking person, that's the starting point. What am I? So he wanted us to be able to offer a substantial answer to that, backed up by study, by research, by science. That's what's called the Bhaktivedanta Institute, based in Gainesville, Florida. Good question.
Yeah, thanks for clearing up, because I didn't know he was adding the missing piece. I had this misconception.
Oh, there was no antipathy here. There was no tension between I mean, Krishna consciousness, as Prabhupada presented it, is consonant with the best principles of science. They're complementary. That's what makes it so marvelous. So we have, well, I think I have 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Any other questions? Yes, what's your name?
Radha Bhakti.
Haribol, Radha Bhakti.
Well, for you personally, where and when do you feel Srila Prabhupada's presence the most?
Oh, you asked a lot on the first group. Well, whenever I'm in trouble, first and foremost, it's like, help. I feel Prabhupada's presence when I slow down, when I get caught up with the business of life, and it's kind of like an automatic pilot. It's sometimes I forget. Well, for a lot of it. But when I slow down enough to kind of step back away from the immediacy of the details, and I go, oh my gosh, what a miracle life is. We're surrounded by miracles. That's what I remember. I remember being on a morning walk with him in London. And we were outside, I think it was Hyde Park or someplace. I said, Prabhupada, what does a pure devotee see when he looks at a tree? I could be a little brazen like that, and ask things that maybe were impolite or whatever. So being the humble person he was, he distanced himself from the question by saying, well, a pure devotee, meaning not me, but pure devotee, when a pure devotee looks at a tree, they don't exactly see the tree body there. They see that a soul has taken up residence in the tree body. So they're seeing the soul. And they don't stop there. They see that within the heart of the soul, there's the super soul. Krishna is present. So they're not seeing a tree, they're seeing Krishna. That sometimes, when I take a deep breath and look around, up by my home on Long Island, there's some lovely trees and flowers, especially this time of year. And they remind me of him. The first time I met him in Paris, 71, I guess it was. I asked him, what is art in Vaishnav life? How do you define art? And he took a rose from a vase on his desk and he twirled it around. And he said, look at the work of the artist, Krishna. Isn't it beautiful? The symmetry of the petals. And he smelled it, he sniffed it. He said, there are so many fragrances in the earth. How did this flower know to take this one particular fragrance? God in the details. So I try to remember him all the time. And sometimes he comes in a very unexpected way. So I'll look at something, oh yeah, I remember Prabhupada did this or that. And that's the lovely thing about having spent time with him. All these memories are there. They come back. Okay? Yes. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. These Prabhupada disciples are so wealthy, and they're so generous. They share their riches. We're going to switch to screen mode now. And another Prabhupada disciple who is always running around for Prabhupada, doing so many things at once for Prabhupada, is Anuttamā Prabhu. Keyed up?
Yes, ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Anuttamā Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Thank you all for organizing this. It was wonderful. Every once in a while, the camera goes and shows us 26 Second Avenue, which is a wonderful wonderful for those of us in other parts of the world to meditate upon. So it's nice to see the devotees there physically in the presence of Prabhupada's very first temple. So unlike Yogeśvara Prabhu, I came later. I didn't really have so much association with Srila Prabhupada. I saw him one time when I went to India in 1976. So my appreciation and glorification of Prabhupada is based on a little different mood, which is remembering him through the inspiration and the writings of others about Prabhupada. Particularly, I find that really inspiring. So that's what I touched upon in my offering. And also my concerns how, well, you'll see how I feel that those reminders should not just be about specifically Prabhupada's mood and Prabhupada's teaching, although that's essential, but also about what Prabhupada wanted us to do as his followers into the future centuries and moments even now. So, dear Srila Prabhupada, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tanamane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravāṇī Picharnane Nirvasesha Shunyavadi Pashtatara Zatarnane. So I'm reading what I had written for Prabhupada. On the back cover of your Bhagavad Gita as it is, we find the words of Mahatma Gandhi, who wrote, quote, "When doubts haunt me, when disappointments stare me in the face, and I see not one ray of hope on the horizon, I turn to Bhagavad Gita and find a verse to comfort me." End quote. Such is the impact of spiritual knowledge and inspiration. It can turn darkness into light and sorrow into joy. I have a similar experience, Srila Prabhupada, and whenever I read about your life, from the many biographies about you, especially Prabhupada Lilamrita, you give me light and hope amidst the darkness. Through these books, I learned many lessons for my life. I learned to see a bit more like you see. Yogeśvara is just talking about how we should see trees, so like that. I learned to see a bit more like you see and to connect with you more deeply as the single person who has molded my life more than any other. I learned of the challenges you faced, the heartbreaks and losses that you overcame, the determination you manifested, and the humility and love that drove you forward. I also learned that as Gandhi faced disappointments, you too faced disappointments. Most trying, perhaps, was when the mission of your beloved spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, splintered. It seemed then that the greatest tool for spreading Lord Chaitanya's movement had been beaten down and lost. How painful that must have been for you. But that didn't stop you, Prabhupada. Instead, it instilled in you even more deeply the desire to write and to preach and to publish. And it instilled in you a resounding conviction of the paramount need for cooperation amongst the Vaishnavas, the Rupanugas, the Prabhupada-nugas, and all the disciples and grand disciples of the Acharya. Studying your life further, we learn that years later, as you built your International Society for Krishna Consciousness to continue the mission of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, you carried that message of cooperation forward, and you implanted it throughout your society. As stated within the 7 purposes of ISKCON, your society would propagate the values that will achieve real unity and peace in the world. You stated twice therein that your society will bring the members together. Yours would be a society to teach and encourage the Sankirtan movement, congregational chanting. That is, by definition, cooperative chanting. Even your leadership model was based on cooperation. You created the governing body commission, empowered not one man nor one acharya, but carefully crafted a system of collective leadership to be the ultimate managing authority of ISKCON in perpetuity. And you instructed the GBC and other leaders of your society to come together every year in Mayapur to discuss unity in diversity. Those who pray to make whatever is dear to you to be the dearmost to them are always reminded of your prediction that your love for me will be shown by how much you cooperate together after I'm gone. That cooperation is being sorely tested today, Prabhupada. We struggle to stay together. unified under your leadership and the banner of Sri Krishna and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But if we read of the pain that you felt upon the splintering of the Gaudiya Math, if we humble ourselves at your feet and ask whatever service we can render you, if we bring your desires into our hearts to replace the urge for power and prestige that may rot there today, we cannot help but see that your desire for a cooperative global society to spread Krishna consciousness must be our primary goal, guide, and most pressing mission. Please bless us to study, remember, and drink more deeply of your examples, Srila Prabhupada. Bless us to see how you struggled for decades to bring the full opportunity of Krishna consciousness to the Africans, to the Europeans, to the Indians, and others across the world. Bless us to see how and why you struggled to bring the full opportunity of Krishna consciousness to the rich and the famous, the poor and the destitute, the black and the white and the brown, and the women as well as the men, regardless of race, religion, gender, or nation. If we keep your life's practical example in our hearts, Srila Prabhupada, we will find that the love for one another that you felt can be awakened in our hearts too. Guide us to serve humbly as instruments in your vision and your demand for a cooperative global society of servants. Let us be bound together with the desire to serve one another and the world and Lord Krishna. Let us do so in remembrance of your example, your sacrifices, and your deep desire to please your Guru Maharaj by building an international society pledged to cooperation and unity in diversity. Jai Srila Prabhupada. So thank you for the opportunity to share my humble offering with all the Vaishnavas. And I pray that this really special day, I woke up today and was just thinking, this actually is the happiest day of my life, the day that Prabhupada appeared, because how could we be more happy than remembering that he came on this day specifically to help all of us and to give us an opportunity to realize our relationship with Krishna. So there's no day more auspicious for members of ISKCON than this day. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you. Jai Śrīla Prabhupada.
So go ahead, go ahead.
Okay.
Speak.
Thank you very much for your talk. And speaking of better halves, we have someone up here. We're in 2nd Avenue here, 26 2nd Avenue, in the actual room. And on the wall, near the front door, is a photograph. And that photograph is Prabhupada in his regal sort of way of walking, you know. And he's walking right in front of the storefront here. And behind him is a telephone booth. Kids, ask your grandparents. And also you see a sign in the window, and it's sort of cut off. And the sign says something in the photograph, it says something like Ved Avenue, something like that. But what the sign actually said was moved to 61 2nd Avenue, because the congregation had gotten too big at 26 2nd Avenue and had to find a bigger space. So they moved out of here, found something a few blocks up the road at 4th Street. We're here between 1st and 2nd Street. It's I think somewhere around 4th Street is 61 2nd Avenue. It was there where our next speaker got her 2nd initiation. Please welcome Anutamā's wife, Rukmiṇī.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for this opportunity to glorify Srila Prabhupada. My dear Eternal Father and Master Srila Prabhupada, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravāṇī Pracharane Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschata Deshatarane. This year, 2022, is the celebration of the 50th anniversary of Sri Sri Radha Govindaji's arrival and installation in New York's Brooklyn Temple on Henry Street, where I was serving as Pujari at that time. I made grievous offenses to their lordships at that time, and we heard that you were furious about all that we'd done at my instigation. I was ignorant, but as I've heard you say many times, ignorance is no excuse. Fire will burn even an innocent child if she comes too close. I was that ignorant child, and I was so remorseful after hearing about your anger. I felt that my spiritual life was over and that I would surely die. I wrote you a letter expressing my grief and shame. But your compassion and forgiveness surpassed my comprehension and imagination. Your return letter never mentioned my offenses, but rather stunned me with undeserved praise. And here's a quote from Chaitanya Charitamrita. If by chance a servant falls down and goes somewhere else, glorious is that master who captures him and brings him back by the hair. End quote. That's from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya Lila, chapter 4, verse 47. Later that year, you personally came to our Brooklyn temple. Shri Radha Govindaji were dressed in a simple outfit, Govindaji in his classic yellow dhoti, and Srimati Radharani in a Vrindavan-style skirt and chuni. The temple room was crammed with guests, eager to hear your Sunday lecture. You entered the long, narrow temple room and walked to the front where you stood with folded hands, gazing at your worshipful lords for a very long time. I had just finished performing the Arti ceremony, and I hid behind the left-hand curtain trying to be invisible. As you started to bow down to offer your obeisances, I saw tears shoot out of your eyes like a syringe, as we'd seen in pictures of Lord Chaitanya at Ratha Yatra. The devotees on the far right side of the temple room were splashed and blessed by your tears. I saw them looking around to see where the water had come from. Had the pujari thrown water from the Arti ceremony over their heads? As you so humbly bowed down, I jumped off the side of the altar, telling my friend Palika, those are Srila Prabhupada's tears. We both gathered your precious sacred teardrops up from the floor and smeared them on our heads again and again. When shall my eyes be decorated with tears of love such as yours? When shall my heart be decorated with compassion and forgiveness such as yours? When will that day be mine? Thank you for your glorious, divine, amazing grace and forgiveness, which is fathomless and beyond my comprehension, without which my life would be meaningless. I beg to remain your servant eternally, Rukmiṇī Devi Dasi. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Community. Next up is Kṛṣṇarūpā. And there she is. Thank you, Kṛṣṇarūpā Devi.
Am I unmuted now? It's terrible for me to be muted. Anyone who knows me that I like to talk. So please accept my humble obeisances, everyone. Jai Srila Prabhupada. First off, I'd really like to thank Chandrasekhar Maharaj for, again this year, asking me to be part of this august group of devotees and the opportunity to glorify Srila Prabhupada. And here in Australia, of course, we had Vyasa Puja yesterday. So it's even more fortunate for me that I get the glorifications yesterday to hear and be immersed in Srila Prabhupada, and then again today. And I've been listening you know, from quite early. I joined the group when Atītaguṇa, my old friend from Mayapur, was speaking. So it was very wonderful. And I just would like to say a couple of things before I read my offering. And of course, I was in Mayapur in the early days, in the pioneer days. And I remember when the devotees from Australia would bring their cans of ghee. And for a couple of years, they actually bought huge buckets of ghee in the yellow buckets. And we were always so astounded about the ghee, because in India, especially in those times, you couldn't get pure ghee. It was just maybe some buffalo ghee concoction. So it was something that was very joyful to get the ghee for Prabhupada. And I also remember seeing Pañcaratna Prabhu for the first time, and we were there in Prabhupada's room having darshan, and this young gentleman from New York, well, Prabhupada was asking him to give a report on New York. So these two old friends of mine, we go back a long way, and they're very, very wonderful devotees and very inspiring to me. And yesterday, when we were going through all the different Vyasa Puja offerings to Prabhupada, it was very interesting experience that I noticed more this year than in previous years. And usually on Srila Prabhupada's disappearance day, of course, it's, you know, very painful for all of Prabhupada's disciples, and there's a lot of tears. But I noticed yesterday we had a lot of Prabhupada disciples had come to the temple at New Govardhan, and everyone was getting so overwhelmed. We were all crying. And one devotee was saying that actually this movement is a movement of the heart. And of course, in, you know, the very early days in ISKCON, some of my godbrothers and godsisters may recall this, we were very focused on ourselves. It was, you know, our spiritual life, our service to Srila Prabhupada, our service to Krishna. And if some devotees fell by the wayside, they were blooped and not really people you wanted to associate with. And it's taken a long time for us to turn that consciousness around. And I remember listening to a lecture, you know, last year, a lecture of Srila Prabhupada's, and it was in 1967, I think, way back. And Prabhupada was saying that we are a family, and when a member of our family becomes ill, we must care for them. But we didn't really absorb that so much, or at least I didn't. And it's only in the last maybe 10 years that we've become much more aware of Vaishnava care and, you know, looking after devotees. And then the wonderful Yogeśvara Prabhu came online. Now, Yogeśvara Prabhu does not know me. He would not remember me, but I remember him. And I had gone to New York with Haristanu and Madri to collect for Mayapur. It was the first time I had been out of India for practically almost 10 years, and we landed in New York. So it was astonishing. This was 1979, so New York was a pretty heavy going place, and we were collecting on the streets. And then at one stage, we went to Philadelphia. I think it was Philadelphia, and Yogeśvara Prabhu was the temple president. And he was so welcoming to us. And in the morning before we went to the airport to start our fundraising, he would actually make us a warm breakfast. And I even remember what it was. It was like big chapati wraps filled with, you know, sabji and paneer, you know, curd. And he would make that for the, you know, 3 or 4 women that were then going to drive to the airport. So I want to personally thank Yogeśvara Prabhu. This has stuck with me for decades and decades, how kind he was and what a, you know, an amazing devotee. So thank you, Yogeśvara Prabhu. It was very, very wonderful. And, you know, one of the main one point that Yogeśvara Prabhu made was about when he asked Prabhupada, what does a pure devotee see when he sees a tree? And I had a similar experience in Prabhupada's room in Mayapur. I didn't ask the question. Someone else had asked Prabhupada. I never asked Prabhupada questions. I was too scared of Prabhupada. It was very much awe and reverence for me. But this devotee asked Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, what does a pure devotee see Krishna? How does a pure devotee see Krishna? And Prabhupada was sitting there on his beautiful little simple asana in his rooms in Mayapur, which are still pretty much the same as they were then. And he held out his right hand, you know, at his side. And he said, if there's a drop of water in a pure devotee's palm, once again, he didn't say in my palm, you know, referring to himself, he said, but in a pure devotee's palm, he will see Krishna, all of his associates, the cows, and all of his pastimes. So how can we grasp Srila Prabhupada, you know, his amazing, well, I mean, words fail me. Words fail us all, no matter how articulate or poetic you can be. And Srila Prabhupada's Vani, of course, he always instructed us, is the most important. But how do we not treasure the vapu of seeing Prabhupada? You know, I have this picture you can see in my virtual background of Prabhupada. It's, of course, my back is to him. That's a little offensive, but I always feel like he's looking over my shoulder. And I recently found out from Mukunda Maharaj that that garland was a garland of chrysanthemums, and it was presented to him by by Mukunda Maharaj when he was a young man in the UK, and he garlanded Prabhupada with that, that beautiful garland. So yesterday, in one of the offerings to Prabhupada here in Australia, at New Govardhan, the devotee was talking about Prabhupada's Vapu. It was actually Gunanava Prabhu, and many of you will know Gunanava, who was there in the early days in Vrindavan, and he had a lot of association with Prabhupada. And he was saying that, you know, he was reminding us all of Srila Prabhupada's transcendental elegance and his spiritual beauty. And, you know, it's, I guess, an indication of how powerful Srila Prabhupada is that, you know, we are, most of us, many of us are now at the age Srila Prabhupada left to start this movement in America. I turned 70 in May, and Prabhupada turned 70 on the Jaladuta. And, you know, what Prabhupada achieved in such a short time is beyond material calculation. So we're so blessed that we're part of Prabhupada's family, that we're connected with the parampara. And just like Prabhupada said, his spiritual master never left him. We know that Prabhupada has not left us, because despite, you know, the problems that material life throw at us, you know, we've all had different, you know, kinds of suffering that have hit us from when we were young, 19, 20, 21-year-olds, and in Rukmiṇī's case, a young 16-year-old girl. We've all had our, you know, vicissitudes in life thrown at us, but somehow or other, Prabhupada is our anchor. He's keeping us connected. And yesterday I was thinking, you know, meditating on what Vyasa Puja means, what Jamashtami means, of course, for all of us. And to me, it was like, okay, this is like a new birth for me. This is a new year. And things that I felt that I wasn't strong enough in the preceding year, you know, physical body gets weaker, you get tireder. So my, you know, Mangalati attendance had suffered. So all of these things, I was meditating about how I can, with renewed vigor, try and take up Prabhupada's mission. So for all of us, we can think like that. This is, you know, a fresh year, a new year, and we can, whatever, weaknesses we might have displayed, then we can cast those aside for everyone, for all of us, not just Prabhupada disciples, and, take up Prabhupada's mission with, great enthusiasm. Just like Prabhupada, he was always enthusiastic. So I'll just finish off by reading my offering. Most glorious Srila Prabhupada, please accept my obeisances at your lotus feet. May I prostrate myself at your feet, birth after birth, until I am again reunited with you and your followers in the spiritual world. Srila Prabhupada, seeing you in person was a transcendental experience. Being in your company was truly like being in the association of the purest of angels. We felt uplifted in your presence as you gave us the nectar of spiritual knowledge, of devotion to your beloved Lord Krishna. Sitting next to you with your soft palm held out to show me how to chant Gayatri, I felt unfettered from the material plane, my savior, my merciful father. And I got initiated actually on Janmashtami in Vrindavan in 1974, and Prabhupada gave me first and second initiation together. Not because I had any qualification whatsoever, but they needed a pujari for Lord Jagannath in Calcutta Temple. So Gauravāṇī Swami wrote to Prabhupada and said, there's a nice Australian Bhaktin here. I think I was the only Australian in India at the time. And would you consider giving her first and second initiation? Because we need a pujari for Jagannath. So Prabhupada kindly agreed. And we were called into his room by ourselves. So it's just me and Srila Prabhupada. And after I offered my obeisances to Prabhupada, I was trembling like a leaf, scared out of my wits. And Prabhupada asked me, so you are from Calcutta Temple? And I said, yes, Srila Prabhupada. He said, and the Calcutta Temple residence for the ladies was awful, and we'd have to go through the men's bathroom to get to the temple. So it was it was really hard because we're pujaris and trying to keep suchi, and it was really, I won't go into details, but it was right running a gauntlet. And Prabhupada knew that, and he was very sympathetic. So he was asking me about Calcutta Temple. He was asking me if any men ever went up to the women's quarters. He was very concerned to see that we were our well-being. And then he called me over, and I had to go behind his desk and sit right next to Prabhupada. I was literally an inch from his body. And he held out the palm of his hand, and it was so soft and rosy pink and plump, like a young person's hands. And he showed me how to count the Gayatri. And then he repeated the Gayatri in my right ear, and I repeated after him. And I don't know how I did it without making a mistake. I somehow or other did it correctly. And that has sustained me. Those experiences sustained me for, 48 years later or something. So it was a very wonderful experience. And I'll go back to my offering. I did some silly things in your presence, yet you never chastised me. Sprinkling rose water in front of you as you climb the stairs in Calcutta Temple, my spiritual exaltation increasing with each step at being so close to your physical presence, led me to stop sprinkling the water and throwing the fragrant water before your feet. By Krishna's grace, you didn't slip and you didn't glare at me. Just calmly climb further up the stairs and further into my heart. And on that occasion, Palika was there in Calcutta Temple. And I said to Palika, oh, Palika, I really want to do something so I can get close to Prabhupada. What can I do? Because in those days, if you're in a woman's body, you had no chance unless you cooked for Prabhupada or something. And she said, I know what you can do. She was very merciful. She said, get one of the brass pots from the paraphernalia room, not pots, but like nice brass container. Said, fill it with rose water and be waiting at the stairs, or big wooden stairs in Calcutta Temple. Be waiting at the stairs, and when Prabhupada arrives, run up a couple of stairs and then sprinkle the rose water in front of Prabhupada as he walked up the stairs. And it just, I could only see like the top of Prabhupada's head. He was looking down as he was walking up the stairs. And that was really the first close proximity I was able to get to Srila Prabhupada. And it was just amazing. And those little sprinkles became like huge palmfuls of water. You were quietly taking breakfast prasad in your bedroom one morning in Mayapur. Prabhupada always ate his breakfast in his sleeping room. Kṛṣṇarūpā, who would cook that morning, was standing slightly behind you, waiting to see if you were happy with what she'd cooked. The cucumber was bitter, Prabhupada, and you spat it out. Have you not tasted this? You asked. Should I taste it first, Srila Prabhupada, before you? Came the incredulous reply. Yes, he said. I was stunned, and so was the cook, to think that the cook would taste something before they gave it to Prabhupada. And being as quiet as I could, I was cleaning the same room, the same room at that time, swabbing the floor more and more slowly, so I could be in your divine presence that little bit longer. You didn't chastise me, but the same day you later declared as a general instruction that all cleaning must be done early. One day, I had a small katal bag I'd embroidered to give you, Srila Prabhupada. I wanted to please you. I wanted to get noticed by you. But when my god sister handed it to you, Kṛṣṇarūpā once again, with me peeping over the shoulder, you said, what is this? Holding it up like he couldn't figure out, what is this thing that I'd made? Internally, I laughed at my foolishness. Prabhupada, you read our hearts and our minds. Thank you for that lesson, because I was wanting praise from Prabhupada, and Prabhupada knew. I wanted recognition, and Prabhupada knew. So he didn't give it to me, but he gave me a very, very powerful lesson. I could list many small incidences like this, but what I really want to do by giving these examples was that despite being charged with such responsibility by Krishna, you always had time for insignificant devotees like myself. When you looked into our eyes, we knew that you truly knew us and how we had suffered birth after birth. And now we have found you, or you found us. We hold fast to you, Srila Prabhupada, the savior of the whole world. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Hare Krishna. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rupa, for those beautiful reminiscences. Thank you. At this point, let's see if Ravīndrasvarūpa Prabhu is available.
Yes.
He is there. Okay. Here we are in Manhattan. Ravīndrasvarūpa Prabhu is in the opposite end of the state from us in upstate New York.
Okay, now we got sound, huh?
Yes, we do.
Thank
you, Maharaj.
One second.
Hare Krishna, Vanchakalpatrubhyascha, Kripa Sindhubhyevacha, Patitanam, Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo, Namo Namaha. I'll just read this homage I wrote. It's fairly short. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane, Namaste Saraswate Deve, Gauravāṇī Pacharane, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschacha De Satarane. Dearest Srila Prabhupada, you are the embodiment of the Lord's intervention to salvage our world's headlong rush toward desolation and destruction on all sides, a ruination encompassing all civilized peoples and all tribal and aboriginal humans as well, all animals, all fish and fowl, all crawling, creeping, and flying insects, all vegetation from giant sequoia to the algae in the ditches and ponds. Even the lifeless minerals are ravaged. This world is a dangerous and precarious place, and it is burdened with a huge and ever-growing accumulation of evil deeds and wicked schemes that your faithful servants will, above all, be directed and guided to overcome. Servants who will even sacrifice their own futures for that of the overwhelmed earth and its afflicted residents. Like so many others, I myself am ever in need of constant repair, refurbishing, and revival by the ever vital and robust potency of your own work, your precious legacy to the world. We have been blessed to see what you could do in a very short time, in countries not your own, among people very different from you, even while you are hampered by the adversities of old age and disease. On one occasion you said, "I am one person and see what I have done. Now each of you become just like me and see what can be done." If we can receive your legacy, we will find we have all that we need, even in difficulty, or especially in difficulty. In December of this year, a serious fall introduced several fractures near the top of the humerus bone of my right arm. This one. And I spent 2 months with the afflicted arm immobilized in a sling. Now I have been undergoing physical therapy twice a week, therapy that is gradually but steadily restoring my afflicted limb to full function. It requires steady practice, patience, and determination, carefully following the expertise of the physical therapist. This steady, persevering, and determined application works. And of course, I have realized that my own badly fallen spiritual self requires a similar dedication to a parallel expert treatment. The steady practice, patience, and determination in the expert spiritual therapy you have graciously given to us and to the world. With endless gratitude, your patient, Ravīndrasvarūpa.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. Just hearing your homage to Srila Prabhupada makes me miss your writing all the more. Thank you for joining us here at Second Avenue. Now we'd like to hear from, go from upstate New York to Gatorville, Gainesville, Florida. If Kalakaṇṭha Prabhu is ready.
Yeah. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, wonderful to be with you. Thank you very much for arranging this, Chandrasekhar Maharaj. Great event. I'm actually in Tucson, Arizona, and we've been participating in Vyasa Puja ceremonies all day from early morning until now. And it's truly a wonderful, auspicious day and wonderful to share with so many beloved God brothers and God sisters. In the many years we've been together serving Prabhupada in this movement, we've seen so many machinations and social developments throughout the world of ISKCON. Initially, all the action was in North America. India was like Timbuktu, and the devotees like Pañcaratna and Kṛṣṇarūpā Prabhus, Atītaguṇa Prabhu, who would go there, were real pioneers. And the temples in the West were flourishing, the temples in India were embryonic, and things sort of flip-flopped over the years now, so that in the West we're regrouping and India is booming. So there's naturally this dichotomy east-west, and Srila Prabhupada's greatness is that he could so easily bring the two areas of the world, these two divergent cultures, together under the banner of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But this year for my Vyasa Puja offering, I was focusing on those days before Prabhupada came to the West, the sort of reception that he got initially there. And it's in the form of a poem, so I'll read that for you. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace on this auspicious occasion of your appearance. Your teachings and example inspire us on and on. Thank you for your courage and for all you have done for people all over the world. This poem expresses how you were able to see potential where others could not. The sadhu and the skeptic. In India, a learned sadhu, armed with orders from his guru, set out to fulfill his master's words. Take this Krishna consciousness to English speakers in the West, and from there, every corner of the world. He diligently took the task of bringing this command to pass and published several brilliant English books. Though English there is spoken widely, most in India denied him, scarcely finding time to take a look. And then one skeptic, very pleased with all he knew of West and East, encouraged this great sadhu to recant. If people here have no interest, what of the people in the West? And yet, the sadhu countered, they can chant. You've never sailed, the skeptic claimed. If you go west, you'll have to change and give up wearing robes for wearing pants. And once you reach a Western port, you'll have to eat with knife and fork. Not me, replied the sadhu, but they'll chant. The people there, the skeptic claimed, are really more or less insane. Are you aware of how they rave and rant? They smoke and drink and misbehave. How can such lowly souls be saved? No matter, said the sadhu, they can chant. Their sense of truth, the skeptic cried, is microscopic in its size. Their past and current pious deeds are scant. Their outlook is most negative. How can they take what you can give? No matter, said the sadhu, they can chant. If you expect, the skeptic roared, such people to observe the 4 essential regulations, they just can't. They're sinful to their chromosomes. Most likely they'll say, just go home. No matter, said the sadhu, they can chant. They're carnivores, and sexually they have no sense of decency as they sit idly by and smoke some plant. The gamble you propose to take is therefore just a huge mistake. They'll change, replied the sadhu, when they chant. Much better that you take your stand with people in our sacred land for whom the Vedic culture is extant. In India, the sadhu smiled, the people follow Western styles. They'll join in when the Western people chant. His next point made the skeptic start. Lord Krishna lives in every heart of every person, elephant, and ant. He is the friend of everyone, regardless of what they have done. To reach him, all one needs to do is chant. Goswami-Rupa has decreed and done so quite emphatically that preachers never need be hesitant. The Vedic rules and paradigms will manifest in course of time for one who thinks of Krishna and just chants. And finally, the sadhu said, my guru's promise fills my head. He said, Gauranga's movement will enchant. If he likes, Western boys and girls and all the people of the world will gain Gauranga's blessings as they chant. The skeptic scoffed and walked away. It's useless, he was heard to say, to teach the Gita in a land of sin. One's birth defines one's purity and chance to reach divinity. And no one ever heard from him again. The sadhu, on the other hand, sailed boldly to the Western lands, and very soon he managed to implant the seeds of love of Godhead in communities of lowly men by somehow just inducing them to chant. The sadhu's legacy is such that even now the lowly, touched by his ecstatic words, feel love of God.
And in this dark and dreadful age, they reach the sacred Vaishnav stage and sing out Jaya Srila Prabhupada. In fundraising years ago, I learned that what is really important for the fundraiser is not the first, but the second donation. If someone gives a one-time gift, that's great. But if they give again, that means they have really bought in and you have captured their heart. So similarly, our amazing first generation of devotees from Srila Prabhupada's personal presence were all graced by his vapu and by this inspiration that just permeated our society in his presence physically. But now that we're speaking in his absence, we're teaching Krishna consciousness in his physical absence. The enthusiasm of the successive generations is truly inspiring. The young men and women become attached to Srila Prabhupada just as the first generation did. That's when we know that this movement is really taking root. So I thank you today, Srila Prabhupada. This is my life and soul of your service, and your service to try to find those young men and women, discover the Brahman on every street corner, as you once said, and to share with them the great gifts that you have bestowed on us, Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kalakaṇṭha. It was wonderful. If you liked the poem he recited, I should bring your attention to something. 22nd Avenue, we don't have there's no central community in 22nd Avenue. Bhakti Center is right on the other side of the block, and we support them, and they support us. Prashad will be served over there on our behalf after this event. So we sustain this place, we maintain this place by donations that devotees give. So it's not like people who come here every week are keeping the place alive and open, but rather devotees from around the world who understand the importance of 22nd Avenue are donating so that we can keep the doors open and to remember this historic place, since this is where Prabhupada started the worldwide Hare Krishna movement. It's such a humble storefront. So I bring that up now because if anyone is interested, you can sign up to give a monthly donation, as Kalakaṇṭha was talking about. The second time, that means they're really committed. So we welcome those. You can go to KrishnaNYC.com/donate and sign up. Or of course, one-time donations are more than welcome. The reason why I was segueing this from Kalakaṇṭha Prabhu is we have a few books for sale in the back of the room. If anyone is interested, please let me know. We have I'll Build You a Temple by His Holiness Gauravāṇī Swami. Tells the whole Jew story, the amazing story of building a temple. We have Bhakti Shakti, which is a great book by Prahladananda. She did, I'm blanking on the name of her first book, Wise Love. Wise Love. Two great books. We have Bhakti Shakti. It's especially, that book is particularly good for people who are sort of interested in Krishna consciousness, don't know much about it. She's very clear. She speaks a contemporary language to people. And Bhakti Shakti deals with the feminine aspect of God, right? So especially if you have any friends who are like, feminists, or like, why is religion so patriarchal, get a copy of Bhakti Shakti for them, because it really explains how the highest conception of God for what we do is feminine aspect, Śrī Guru-Vandanā. And finally, we have copies of a book that Kalakaṇṭha Prabhu wrote called The Wrath of God. It's actually, if you look at the cover, it says The Wrath of God. And since we don't sort of, our relationship with God is not his sort of awe and reverence and, thou shalt not kind of mood, but rather a more playful, loving kind of mood. So wrath is crossed out and wrath is put in place, the wrath of God. And he renders the entire Bhagavad Gita, which is sort of the Bible for in the East, as a hip hop song. So if you like this poem here, he's got rhymes aplenty in the rap of God. It's a real interesting and fun read. And it's just a $5 donation. If anyone's interested, let us know. You can also just thumb through it if you want. Okay, all that said, just in time, Ādipuruṣa Prabhu has come, and we'd like to hear from you now, if that's okay.
Okay. There a microphone?
Yes, just wait.
Over
please.
there.
Yeah.
We're passing out. Well, there's different kinds of
Thank you.
I don't know if this helps the broadcast.
Yes, yes.
Hare Krishna. You can hear okay? There are different kinds of Vyasa Puja offerings. Sometimes people speak about Śrīla Prabhupada,
Mhm.
speaking in the third person, which is fantastic. How wonderful is Prabhupada? Can everybody say how wonderful is Śrīla Prabhupada?
How wonderful is Śrīla Prabhupada.
Hare.
There are Vyasa Puja offerings there. To Śrīla Prabhupada. Śrīla Prabhupada, you're so wonderful. Can everybody say that?
Śrīla Prabhupada, you are so wonderful.
In the Christian consciousness movement, Śrīla Prabhupada is encouraging us, and the Vaishnava literature is encouraging us to awaken our love for Krishna, about a personal relationship development. And the opposite of that, it's less personal or impersonal, right? So, one time, older godfather Bhaktivedanta, he asked Śrīla Prabhupada, Prabhupada, do we have to specifically desire pure devotional service? I said, yes. You have to specifically desire pure devotional service. And then this other devotee said, Prabhupada, we see that you want us to be Krishna conscious. Prabhupada said, no. Wait a minute. No. He said, I don't want you to be Krishna conscious. I want you to give Krishna consciousness. It's fantastic that the Bhajan Anandi, sitting on the banks of the Radhakund, is chanting the holy name days and nights for decades, and there's a calling for that, and it's appropriate. But if you want me to be my disciple, I'm asking you to chant 16 rounds and then to vigorously preach. We have to give the mercy in order to get the mercy.
Yes, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Guru Gauranga. Sorry, but looks like we're about
Hello?
50. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
We'll be right back after this commercial message.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can you hear us, Maharaj?
Can you hear us, Maharaj?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear
But
your conversation, Maharaj.
Oh, you can. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Chandrasekhar Maharaj,
Ja-
we love you, Maharaj. So we're endeavoring to, some people are endeavoring to write a Vyasa Puja on each. And in contemporary language, if we repeat somebody else's creation, it's called plagiarism. It's inappropriate. It's not only discouraged, it's criminal. But in our tradition, we do want to repeat what we've heard, and it's perfect, and it's actually encouraged. So this is a little song composed by great-great-grandfather Bhaktivedanta Swami. So great-grandfather, he wrote this song to his spiritual master. So our offering is to repeat the words of our great-grandfather. And we not only want to glorify Śrīla Prabhupada, we want to ask everyone here to glorify Śrīla Prabhupada with us. please join in this. So I'm going to do a little verse, and then we can all, if you will, repeat what we've heard. We'll do it first. Gurudev, with a drop of your mercy, make this servant always abide. Grant me strength in adversity, cool my soul that burns with pride. Great grandfather's offering this to his spiritual master. So please say this, and we're going to concentrate on the feeling behind it, not just the words. Ready? Gurudev,
Gurudev,
the drop
of your mercy,
make
this servant always abide.
Grant me strength in adversity, cool my soul that burns with pride. Let's do it again, a little louder, a little deeper feeling.
Gurudev, the drop of your mercy,
make this servant always abide. Grant me strength in adversity, cool my soul that burns with pride. Let's keep going a little deeper. Feeling. Gurudev, with a drop of your mercy, make this servant always abide. Grant me strength in adversity, cool my soul that burns with pride. Nice, very good. Second verse. Gurudev, in Krishna's creation, let me be a vessel of your peace, chanting the holy name in jubilation. Only then will all my offenses cease. Try that one. Gurudev, in Krishna's creation, let me be a vessel of your peace, chanting the holy name in jubilation. Only then will all my offenses cease. One more time. Please. Gurudev, in Krishna's creation, let me be a vessel of your peace, chanting the holy name in jubilation. Only then will all my offenses cease. Great grandfather. Gurudev, I'm fallen and low. Without your grace, useless am I. Waves of tears would surely flow. Without your love, I soon would die. Gurudev, I'm fallen and low. Without your grace, useless am I. Waves of tears would surely follow. Without your love, I should have died. Gurudev, I'm fallen and low. Without your grace, useless am I. Waves of tears would surely flow. Without your grace, I should one more verse. Gurudev, your sweet mercy, please bestow this wretched sinner forever to save. You're a swan, I'm just a crow. Keep me as your beloved slave. Gurudev, I'm Gurudev, your sweet mercy, please bestow this wretched sinner forever to save. You're a swan, I'm just a crow. Keep me as your beloved slave. Ready? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Prabhupada, you're so wonderful. You're not very advanced, we're fallen, we make mistakes all the time. We offend each other. And we ask each other for forgiveness for those mistakes. And we go on in devotional service. There's an experience Krishna gave us. The end of whatever we have to share here. If you find yourself saying, how wonderful is Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, you're so wonderful. That's where we're going with this. We may speak about things we've seen. Krishna has given us experiences, but the purport is that Srila Prabhupada has helped us to understand these experiences and help to inspire us to give ourselves in Krishna service, whatever small way we can. So I was in a temple, and there was this really nice devotee, Mālatī. Beautiful girl, beautiful, beautiful smile. Sankirtan book distributing Maharati. He was coming out of the temple, and this devotee was going in. And this is a leadership person, one of my older godbrothers, a fantastic, famous, empowered, mature, respected management person. And as he was coming in and he approached this girl, he got down on his knees. With folded hands, he said, please, you're such a wonderful devotee. You're so attractive. Please, will you marry me? Now in the right in the middle of the temple, in the back of the temple, there were guests coming in, there were devotees coming out, and he's kneeling there, right in the public. Now in the Hollywood version, this is like the highest love, the coolest thing, the most intimate and sweetest loving exchange you can imagine, will you marry me? And then the girl says, yes, John will. And the kids and everything. And I was thinking, of course, right there in the public, if this girl says no, it's going to be like, because he was just opening his heart, completely vulnerable, confessing his affection and respect and attraction to this girl. So she sat down. And of course, it had grabbed everyone's attention when he got on his knees. So people started sitting down one by one. Next thing you know, all these people are sitting down, and she's sitting there, and he's kneeling there, She said, of course I love you. I love you so much. Everyone loves you. I was like, whoa. This is too much, you know. And then she's sitting there like this, and this little girl comes and sits down in her lap. Sweet little devotee girl, and started, you know. And she says, and you know, love has many faces. And where we're going with this, right? Sometimes on the YouTube channel or something, they always have a title for the class, right? How wonderful is Śrīla Prabhupada. Because this would be, Prabhupada has given us a greater love. She said, I love you so much. And she said, love has many faces. Very sweetly, she said, I love you. I really, really love you. And everyone loves you. I'm so grateful for your service, and I respect you and everything. And love has many faces, so we love our children. She hugged the little girl. We love each other. We love Krishna. We love Śrīla. And when I'm doing book distribution, Krishna's love is flowing through me to every single person. Doesn't matter what they look like, old, young, fat, skinny, wealthy, ragged, smelly. I just go to them because Krishna loves them. And because Krishna's love is flowing through me. And it's a greater love even than this wonderful love that could be between man and woman. So she didn't exactly reject him, but she said, Prabhupada has given us a great love, a greater love. Samasabeshu Bhuteshu. It says, Rupa Goswami says, if we reawaken our love for Krishna, our genuine affection for every living entity is awakened. Huh? Cool, eh? We love everybody. Ande Sundakar used to say, underneath everything, everybody loves everybody. We forgot that. We forgot that we love everybody. We forgot how to show it. Sometimes we try to show it in inappropriate ways. But actually, even with all our mistakes or offenses or shortcomings, everybody is loved and beloved and meant to love, and we do love each other. We are loving beings. We can't change that. Can't change it. Cool. So I was in New Zealand with Chandrasekhar Maharaj, Devotees Swami brought us there, and we had a little preaching center. And I went to this mega church. You ever see these mega churches? Couple thousand people in a great big amphitheater-like place. And they had this music, you know, they had guitars, they had a keyboard, and they had drums, and, you know, girls with tambourines dancing. And it was like, what music? Really praise music, you know. And then the preacher gets up there like a rock star and he goes, okay, we love Jesus. Everybody loves Jesus. Yeah, okay. Oh, Evelyn's here. Evelyn. I told you this years ago, right? Yeah. Peter Pan, we call him Peter Pan. Okay. Evelyn, she's going on the mission. This is New Zealand. They have the Kiwi. Evelyn's going on the mission. She's going to Africa. Africa, come on, Evelyn. Come on up here and give your testimony. And the girl comes up and she goes, well, when I was a little girl, they said, what do you want to be? And I said, you remember? I want to be the queen. I want to be the queen. And they said, Evelyn, you can't be the queen. We have a queen. That's not how you do. I want to sit on the throne. I want to have a crown. I want everyone to bow down. I want to tell them what to do. I want to be the queen. And, you know, they told me I couldn't do it. I was really disappointed. But she said, now I'll come to Jesus. And Jesus, I just want to serve Jesus because I love Jesus and Jesus loves us. And I want to give the love of Jesus in Africa. Jesus is calling us to Africa. My husband and my 3 children were going to Africa on the mission. And my mom, I said, Mom, we're going to Africa. My mom said, are you crazy? There's 3,000 diseases without names in Africa. They don't even have toilets in the jungle. Are you going to Africa with your children? That's crazy. She said, Mom, Jesus' love is flowing through me to the people of Africa. I love the way they smile. I love the way they dance. I can't help it. I've just got to go and give them my Jesus is love. I gotta go. There's no stopping us. So Prabhupada, what's the title? Who remembers? Huh?
Oh, wonderful, Srila Prabhupada.
A wonderful Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada giving us a greater love. Guess what? No matter how much this, marriage relationship is sweet and wonderful and appropriate and pleasing to Krishna and powerful preaching couples we have in this Christian continuity, and so pleasing to the Lord, that there's a greater love. We're called to that. It's normal, and we can do that by the mercy of the spiritual master. So Bhaktivedanta Swami is calling for the grace and the mercy of the spiritual master. We're just going to do that one more time, and then Hare Krishna, and then we'll try to keep these things not too long. Guru Day with a drop of mercy, make this servant always abide. Grant me strength in adversity, cool my soul burns with pride. Ready?
Guru Dev, drop of your mercy, make this servant always abide. Grant me strength in adversity, cool my soul which burns with pride.
Guru Dev in Krishna's creation, let me be a vessel of your peace, chanting the holy name and jubilation. Only then will all my offenses cease. Ready?
Guru Dev in Krishna's creation, let me be a vessel of your peace, chanting the holy name in jubilation. Only then will all my offenses cease.
Guru Dev, I'm fallen and low. Without your grace, useless am I. Waves of tears would surely flow. Without your love, I soon would die. Guru Dev, I'm fallen and low. Without your grace, useless am I. Waves of tears would surely flow. Without your love, I soon would die. Guru Dev, your sweet mercy please bestow this wretched sinner forever to save. You're a swan, I'm just a crow. Keep me in your beloved slave. Guru Dev, please bestow this wretched sinner forever to save. You're a swan, I'm just a crow. Keep me as your beloved slave. Hare Krishna, everyone. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jai Prabhupada, you're so wonderful. Okay, Hare Krishna. clapping for you. That was so nice. You hear the sincerity, right? Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Ādipuruṣa, taking time out from feeding the homeless to come by and glorify Prabhupada.
Yeah, you're all welcome. We take care of distributing Krishna's prasad for the homeless people on the street. And I'll give you the cards if you want to get in touch with us.
Is it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday still?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to give it together. Would you pass these again?
Great.
You can take a look at the Instagram pictures. It's kind of nice to see.
Yeah, they're very uplifting, those pictures, actually. Seeing the look on the people's faces, getting that.
It's Prabhupada's grace. Prabhupada started that program right here, peeling an apple, sitting right here.
That's right.
And we're still going. We've been taking care of it. Prabhupada accepted me as a disciple in 1974, so it started then. It started before then,
Yeah.
and it's been my responsibility for the last 23 years. We've done 23 years without missing a day. Talk about grace. I mean, it's not by my ability. It's grace. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Beautiful. Yeah, those pictures, the look on the people's faces who were receiving the prasad. Prasad was sanctified food, and the spiritual life by being offered to Krishna, God. And also the look on the people's faces who were giving, the devotees who are giving it. The look on their faces, they're so joyous.
Krishna's love is flowing through them.
It's flowing through them. You can see that they love giving it as much as the others love receiving. Thank you. Okay. You are excused. Thank you so much for stopping by. So another great friend of New York is coming up now.
Second started right straight on the morning. See you here.
Come on, Peter Pan, you gotta let go of him sometime. Another great friend of New York, Guna Gauranga Prabhu.
He was singing
Guru Gauranga.
Guru Gauranga.
I said Guru Gauranga Prabhu. Please share with us.
Hare Krishna. Can you hear? I can.
Yes, we can hear.
All right. Well, introduction. Over the years, I've made Vyasa Puja offerings that were philosophical. I've made others that were more like classes, more appropriate as classes, sometimes anecdotal. This year, I'm going to do something different, something I've never done before. I've been working on a memoir of Srila Prabhupada and my service to His Divine Grace in Switzerland from 1971 to 1986. So I'm going to read an excerpt from my draft memoir, still in progress, for the first time in public. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravāṇī Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. On May 30th, 1974, Srila Prabhupada took an early morning flight from Rome, Italy to Geneva, Switzerland. He arrived for a 10-day visit to his small but budding ISKCON temple and for an official welcome ceremony in his honor, hosted by the President of the Council of State of the Canton of Geneva, often misnamed as the Mayor of Geneva. This event took place in an ornate ceremonial room in the Palace of Government in Geneva, in the same room where Pope Paul VI, the first non-Protestant religious leader to be officially received in the city of Calvin, took place 5 years earlier. Nearly 1 year after Prabhupada's June 1974 visit to Geneva, it was once again time for the annual pilgrimage to the Mayapur Vrindavan festival. I was scheduled to fly to India with 2 other Swiss devotees and had booked our Air India flight from Geneva to Calcutta with a stopover in Bombay. When our overnight flight landed at Santa Cruz Airport in Bombay in the early morning hours of March 19, we were mercifully processed through Indian passport and visa control without a hitch. We collected our bags, exited the one terminal airport, and hailed a waiting taxi. As our taxi swerved and bounced along the streets of the Villa Parla neighborhood of Bombay on its way to Hare Krishna land in Juhu, I settled in for the short, bumpy ride and acclimated myself to the sights, sounds, and smells of India's largest metropolis. As our taxi approached its destination, it slowed to pass through the gate of the Hare Krishna land compound. Suddenly, I thought for a moment that I saw Srila Prabhupada. But how could that be, I thought? It must be a wishful vision born of travel fatigue. As it turned out, it really was Srila Prabhupada. He was walking briskly out of the Hare Krishna land compound on his daily constitutional, followed by a gaggle of devotees. I could not believe my eyes, nor my good fortune. Unknown to me, Prabhupada had arrived from Tehran just a few days earlier on his way to Calcutta and was staying at Hare Krishna land at the time. I immediately directed our cab driver to stop, stuffed a handful of rupee notes into his outstretched hand, and breathlessly cried out, "Drop our bags over there," pointing vaguely to somewhere in the compound. We piled out of the cab, did a 180-degree turn, and ran to catch up with Prabhupada's morning walk entourage. It didn't take long after the walk to find out that the devotees were abuzz with the news that Prabhupada was planning to leave for Calcutta, presumably the next day. But no one seemed to know for sure at what time. Many devotees were doing somersaults to be the first to figure that out so they could reserve seats and travel on Prabhupada's flight. By the time they found out, however, Prabhupada's Indian Airlines flight was fully booked and no one was able to get a reservation. Almost as an afterthought and out of curiosity, I began wondering, what flight am I on? And I pulled out my onward ticket from my travel belt, the very one, the ticket that I'd purchased months earlier in Geneva. By sheer serendipity, called Krishna, we were on Prabhupada's flight. My small contingent of 3 devotees from Geneva. The next morning, Prabhupada was driven from Hare Krishna land to Santa Cruz Airport in a glistening, clean, and suitably decorated and garlanded ambassador car. 3 Geneva devotees followed inconspicuously in an ordinary cab. When the vehicles arrived at the airport, there were hundreds of devotees and onlookers waiting for Prabhupada, and there was already a rip-roaring kirtan going. Srila Prabhupada, his secretary and servant, got out of the ambassador, and Prabhupada's secretary showed their tickets to the Indian military security guard at the perimeter gate and entered. A few devotees tried to sneak past the checkpoint by following closely behind Srila Prabhupada's party, but were turned away by the security. No ticket, no entry, but my small Swiss contingent had tickets and followed Prabhupada right in. A mild buzz of perplexity rippled through the devotees as they realized that some unknown brahmacharis have been able to get through airport security. Someone called out loudly, "Hey, who are those guys? How did they manage to get in?" Once admitted inside the terminal, my small Swiss contingent got in line for check-in. As we waited to check in for our flight, we could still hear the roaring kirtan outside the terminal, the beat of the mridangas, the clanging of the kartals, and the euphoric cadences of the chanters. We made our way to the airport waiting room. Srila Prabhupada was already there with his secretary and servant. There were no other devotees in that small airport waiting room. I didn't really know how to feel about my good fortune at that point. I was tingling with joy, self-consciousness, and even some embarrassment that I had gotten in and others had not. I quickly decided that my top priority was to be on my very best Krishna conscious behavior. Since we were in such close quarters with Srila Prabhupada, I thought that he might notice me, and I sure didn't want to look like I was in Maya. So I resumed chanting my unfinished japa and found what I thought was an inconspicuous spot along the far wall of the waiting room where I could pace back and forth, chanting japa quietly. Every time I would turn to pace back, I would try to steal a glimpse of Prabhupada to see what he was doing. Prabhupada was calmly seated on an ordinary cushioned waiting room bench with his hand in his bead bag, chanting softly. The next time I turned to pace back and steal another glimpse of Prabhupada, he was looking right at me. At least it sure seemed that way. Then it appeared as if Prabhupada were gesturing toward me with his right hand. I felt I was in a movie scene where I had to look over my shoulders to verify that there was no one behind me to whom Prabhupada was really gesturing. But there was no one, just me. Me? I was incredulous, especially when Prabhupada beckoned for me to approach. So I walked over to where Prabhupada was seated. Without saying a word, Prabhupada began tapping the blue vinyl cushion of the empty seat beside him with his right palm, indicating that I should sit down. For a split second, I hesitated, thinking that it would be offensive for me to sit at the same level as His Divine Grace. Almost instantly, though, I realized that it would be an even greater offense to disobey the direct instruction of the spiritual master, to sit down right next to him. So I sat down next to Srila Prabhupada. Leaning gently over and looking me straight in the face, Prabhupada inquired, "So, is the mayor of Geneva still worried about what will happen to the Swiss economy if all the Swiss young people join our movement?" I was overwhelmed and speechless. That was the very question that the president of the Geneva Council of State had asked Srila Prabhupada 10 months earlier. What will happen to the Swiss economy if all the Swiss young people join your movement, your divine grace? He actually called Prabhupada your divine grace, which not every dignitary had the ability to do that. I have to give the man credit for that. Anyway, back to the narrative. First of all, I wasn't sure that Prabhupada knew who I was, at least not by name. Secondly, I was surprised that Prabhupada clearly remembered that I was his, quote, man in Switzerland, in Geneva, unquote. Thirdly, I was surprised that Prabhupada called me over for a personal conversation. But most of all, I was amazed that Prabhupada remembered everything that had happened, everything that took place and was said 10 months earlier. We talked a little longer. Then, before getting up to walk to the gate to board our flight, Prabhupada said to me, "If you can get a meeting at the United Nations, I will come anytime." Thank you very much. End of excerpt.
Thank you for that sneak peek of your memoir. Any idea when you might complete that?
Not really, no.
Okay. Do keep us posted.
For me to really make progress, I have to withdraw from everything that is the day-to-day of GBC, ISKCON, and all that, because I can't focus unless it's a big deal to like isolate yourself that much. I find that writing is a mystical power that I'm not sure I really have it, but it comes from discipline. And so hopefully sometime before I give up this body, I'll finish.
Well, I hope that you do too. Thank you for sharing it.
Hare Krishna, all glories to the assembled devotees.
Jai, Jai. So we're going to have one or two more? Two more speakers. Then we'll do some Pushpanjali, and then we'll invite everyone for Prasadam on the corner of Bhakti section. We're going to pick up from where Yogeśvara left off and now introduce one of the devotee scientists that he was talking about. Drutakarma Prabhu, so grateful for you coming and sharing your thoughts on Prabhupada with us. Drutakarma.
Thank you.
Before we get to Drutakarma, I just want to make a quick announcement that after the next offering, we are going to switch off. The people at 26 Second Avenue will do a Pushpanjali and leave to go over to the Bhakti Center because they're serving prasadam. And the rest of us will continue for another hour or two here on the live Zoom. So there won't be any feed from 26 Second Avenue at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Okay. Thank you. This is an offering I wrote for the Prabhupada tribute book. Dear Srila Prabhupada, of my good fortune, you are the creator. Of my path in bhakti, you are the delineator. Of this movement, you are the inaugurator. Of all my senses, please be the regulator. Of the chain of my karma, you are the terminator. I follow you voluntarily, you're not a dictator. To protect me from Maya, you are my insulator. Of my debt to Krishna, you are the remunerator. For tellers of falsehoods, you are the interrogator. Of the seed of bhakti, you are the germinator. Of my service, you are the facilitator. Of your orders, I won't be a violator. Of impersonalism, you are the exterminator. Of false ego, you are the incinerator. You are never a prevaricator, neither are you a procrastinator. Of Krishna's teachings, you are the propagator. You are his best communicator. Of the parampara teachings, you're the true replicator. Among your friends, you were the predominator. Of Krishna's qualities, you are the investigator. Of his festivals, you are the chief celebrator. Of principles of bhakti, you are the demonstrator. Of rival teachings, you are the eliminator. For our advancement higher, you are the escalator. In controversy, you are the greatest debater. Of bold preaching, you are the instigator. Of my offenses, you are the annihilator. Of astonishing acts, you are the perpetrator. Of the tradition, you are the innovator, but also the greatest conservator. Of Krishna's pastimes, you are the illustrator. Of my ignorance, you are the illuminator. In management, you are the chief operator. Of words of wisdom, you are the translator. Of our laws, you are the legislator. Of plans to please Krishna, you are the incubator. Of disputes among your disciples, you are the mediator. You are for ISKCON the best administrator. For the fallen, you are the elevator. Of my relation with Krishna, you are the renovator. Of my service, you are the accelerator. On the boat of my life, you are the navigator. With Krishna's desire, you are the cooperator. Of the teachings of bhakti, you are the collator. To your guru's order, you were never a traitor. For my deliverance, you always labor. You guide me as Paramatma's external collaborator. For illusions captives, you are the liberator. Of guides and masters, there is none greater. May I follow your orders sooner than later. Your servant, Drutakarma Das.
Well, that was a little amazing. Thank you so much. You're quite the narrator. That was wonderful. Thank you. Okay, we are going to move forward. So are we not sure if Satyanarayana is here?
He's not here yet.
Not there yet.
Chandrasekhar Maharaj, who should we do next?
Okay.
We have Satyanarayana. That's who's next.
Ryan is here.
You should be. Did he
Okay.
not?
I don't see him.
You don't see him.
Satyanarayana Prabhu, if you were.
Yeah, I see him now. I
Yeah,
see
he's
him.
there.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Oh, okay,
yes,
great.
yes, just
Thank you. Satyanarayana Prabhu.
Can
Hare
we?
Krishna.
Is it possible to make him able to show images? I'm gonna see if I.
Yes, Maharaj, I can do that.
Okay, you're gonna give him permission to share his screen.
Yes, you
Thank
should be
you.
able to share his screen, Prabhu. Thank you.
So are we, is Drutakarma Prabhu speaking now?
He just finished.
Wow, that's good timing. How many wonderful Vaishnavas are here?
Well, we have 37 on this Zoom, and there's about 10 or 15 on some of the restreams. So there's a couple of other YouTube channels where it's being live streamed and a Facebook channel where it's being live restreamed.
Okay, then let me get right into it. Pañcaratna kripa sindhuvya paditanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. I'm humbled to be in such an incredible, august group. I was hoping just to speak a few moments to you and to an offering to Srila Prabhupada, who often like to hear reports of what was happening with his books. So I was hoping to do that for Arabic book distribution, if that's all right, and possibly show some photos of what's happening. Dear Srila Prabhupada, ever since you made your statement on November 9th, 1976, in your room in Vrindavan, that anyone who preaches in the Muslim world, for that person, you would take the dust from his feet and put it on his head. Some devotees have attempted to work in the Arabic world with some levels of success. By your inconceivable grace, about 9 or 10 years ago, the concept came to reach the Muslims when they visit the Western world. And they come as tourists or students, or they're currently residents. And this started, we had to get over the fear of the devotees first, because of so many difficult events that happened in the world. But finally it caught on, and we managed to raise the book points, as you know, Srila Prabhupada, and which you originally instituted. And some of the Arabic books are now up to 12 times the book points of any other language. So that got the serious attention of the the very serious book distributors. So in the past 9 years or so, there's been distributed worldwide about 200,000 Arabic books. And we have proof in different ways that those books get back, pretty much all of them get back into the Middle East. I wish I had more than 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I could explain how we have that proof. But one example is that we get letters in Arabic asking for more books, letters from the Middle East, because my email address is on the back page of every Arabic book. But just recently, the Srila Prabhupada, I spent about 6 weeks in Europe, a tour of the UK, France, Italy, and Germany, where there is currently some Arabic book distribution happening. And we found that by sharing what you said about the importance of Muslim preaching, and when the book distributors felt connected in that way to you, Srila Prabhupada, the scores increased greatly. And this happened in every city that we went to. I wanted to make sure that they understood that in this particular case, on that date in Vrindavan, I was reporting to Srila Prabhupada that I was able to get a standing order of his books in a Muslim university in Kashmir. And then he, a wonderful thing happened in front of me. He got very excited just with the word Muslim, and he made that statement. But I've been sharing with the book distributors that I am 100% certain he was talking about them, because wherever you have a book distributor, Arabic Farsi book distributor, giving a Middle East language book to an Arab, let's say a Muslim, that right there is the Muslim world. It doesn't matter if it's in Saudi Arabia or Seattle or Mayapur, wherever a tourist might come and get the book, that's the Muslim world. And that is the blessing Srila Prabhupada gave, which to my understanding, I don't know practically anything that he wanted. He wanted so many things to happen, to be accomplished, but to follow that with such an emotional statement that he would take the dust from the feet of his own disciples, at least to me, this seemed very unique. And fortunately, the distributors, tended to agree with this. And I just, wanted to show a few images here if I can get things working right. Right after I went to a number of cities in France, and there they're holding up the different books, this large Arab family. And this is in a small city called Nancy, to the west of Paris. And this, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but the Mataji on the left is the book distributor. Her and one Bhakta, they became the #1 Arabic book distributors in the world a month or two ago. And there she is again. This is Bhaktine Allison, and this is Bhakta Jad. And we noticed there was kind of a miracle happening. The word Jad, and there were other book distributors we saw on the World Sankirtan newsletter in the Arabic sections that had very unique names like Samir and like that. And when my Arabic book translator from Lebanon saw that, he said, "Do you know what you're looking at?" I said, "What?" He said, "Those are Arab names." which means that the book distributors in Germany, France, they are meeting the Arabs who are becoming devotees, who are then becoming book distributors, who are distributing books in Arabic while they're preaching in Arabic to the Arabs. And that's probably why they're becoming the best book distributors. Who could explain it better? In fact, this Bhakta Jad here, who's gave the perfect questions, perfect answers to this child, the parents paid for it. He even knows Quranic verses which support that he said, and he's giving me the references. But one floored me. He said that the Gita is mentioned in the Quran, and he said, I'm going to prove that to you. But these are just examples of your mercy, Srila Prabhupada, because all that had to happen was that they needed to feel connected with you. And so now I've been working closely in France with Janananda Maharaj, who also distributes Arabic books in Paris. And, you know, he wrote in a newsletter that the Arabic book distribution has increased to levels the same or greater than during the marathon. And it was just a few copies before. So that is the power of your mercy, Srila Prabhupada. You know, we have, you know, this is happening not just in France, but if I can do this. Oh. Just trying to get back to my site. I mean, this is after, in Germany, the same thing is happening, in the UK. And this happened right after these classes talking about you, Srila Prabhupada. This happened in New York. And it's increasing daily, I'm told. So this is all 100% your mercy, Srila Prabhupada. And we and the book distributors are very enthused. Of course, when you made such a statement that taking the dust from on your head, it's a pretty much a horrible image. What we understand that actually means is that anyone who does this, they are getting your dust and the dust of the whole parampara. Of course, there's a tradition in our parampara, Rupa and Sanatana, we're Muslim, Haridas Thakur, and it is kind of considered, in my understanding, to be one of the last frontiers on earth. China was, there are many devotees in China now. It's not saying it's easy, but there's something happening there. And Russia, of course, before all this happened. So I think we could agree that at least one of the major frontiers is the Arabic world. There's no temples in Saudi Arabia or these countries, but who could better preach there than the sons and daughters, cousins and brothers who are returning back to the Middle East after getting Arabic books from Europe, from the USA, and their heart, our experience is that they're very moved to get a book in their mother tongue. They consider Arabic is a sacred language, and no one gives them anything in Arabic. So this is an event that they recall and they want to share it with their friends and family back home. So this is a little attempt under your mercy, Srila Prabhupada. We pray that it will expand and that the requests we have laid for support, because of course we don't have any temples in our areas, just to double our funds. So we're always, blessed with the need to raise funds for books, which have been translated for years now, and we even have orders for them. So it's looking good. We had some good response at the Bhaktivedanta Manor, and we may be getting help soon. But thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for letting this happen. And we beg for your continued mercy with this very important mission, according to your own blessed words. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you all.
Okay, so our
I don't know if there's supposed to be a discussion or something, but I just I wanted to move on because there's many speakers.
Yes, thank you very much, Satyanarayana. We appreciate it very much. It was so nice to talk with you here in New York. So our next speaker is Brahmatīrtha.
You're on mute, Prabhu.
Yeah, we need for Satyanarayana Prabhu to turn off screen share.
Yes.
Okay. Good point.
Okay, thank you. First of all, my respects to Srila Prabhupada and all of you, and I see many friends here, including Satyanarayana, and it was so inspiring to hear what he does in the Arab world. One time, Dayananda told me that Prabhupada said to him, because he was going to be based in Saudi Arabia, and he says, "What can I do? They won't even let me bring a Gita in the country." And Prabhupada said, "Just being there is preaching. It's such a difficult field." So what I thought I would do in the few minutes is I would reminisce a little about some adventures with Prabhupada through telling a story or two and talk about the future. So we'll begin with reminiscing some stories. As Satyanarayana mentioned, now Perfect Questions is in Arabic and 58 other languages. So that was a shocking occurrence to me, which I still get quite shocked by, but it demonstrates one aspect of Prabhupada that's so important. And that is, no matter how weak we were, or mixed desires, material desires, whatever we had, if there was a little piece of sincerity, Prabhupada grabbed it and ran with it. And when I met Prabhupada, I accidentally did the formula. I inquired submissively. I was feeding refugees. I rendered service. So even though without going into the embarrassing details, which are in the book anyway, I wasn't a fit candidate, but Prabhupada would see that little sincerity and fan that spark in a way that no one else could. And that's our mission. And one reason I took up the ISKCON Resolve service is because I had a personal problem. And well, many problems, some of you might say, but at least one. And that was, our vision is Samadarshana. Prabhupada goes over and over, talks about when he was asked in an earlier talk, what do you see when you see a tree? I think Yogeśvara brought that up. Prabhupada would see the spirit soul and the super soul, see it all. What do we see? We see a tree. And so Prabhupada could see deeper. We would say the face is a mirror of the mind. And I certainly witnessed that with Prabhupada. And as time allows, I'll tell another embarrassing but specific story on that. So Prabhupada had that, well, let me go on. We'll get to the story. After I got back from India, I didn't get initiated for several years. I had wanted to, I was chanting, following, that wasn't the issue. But for various reasons, I wanted to be fixed in a particular circumstance. And some devotees really got on my case. Now, in the early 70s, getting on your case is really getting on your case. And the way they would get on my case is, Prabhu, what's wrong with you? Are you screwed up? You're really messed up. You know it, don't you? I mean, it was kindness and love. No, it wasn't any of that. It was just telling me how messed up I was. Now, others weren't like that, but if some were like that. And I started thinking myself, I am a messed up person. I was doing service, I was following, and I was thinking, what do I do? What's wrong with me? And then Prabhupada came to New York. And when he'd come to New York, I would often get to pick him up at the airport. But this time I just stayed low key. I was in the hallway at Henry Street, and Prabhupada's about to round the corner. I see the Dundas coming first. And I'm saying, okay, I don't want Prabhupada to see my face because, you know what, some of you got in that depressed mood. What's wrong with me? I don't even want him to see my face. Why should he have to see a face like that? You know, it's, as we say, a face made for radio. And so I hid in the corner. And as soon as the first dunda came, I offered obeisances in the corner of the hallway, thinking Prabhupada won't even see me. He'll walk by, go into Vyasa, and I'll sit in the doorway of the temple room. Somehow Prabhupada saw me. He recognized, I guess, me. And it wasn't my face he could see. But anyway, he recognized me. And he stood 1 inch from me. I didn't know it. So I stood up, thinking everyone had gone by, and there's Prabhupada 1 inch from me. And then he turns to me and he goes, so glad to see you, and gives me something that Prabhupada didn't do a whole lot, a fairly large hug. That was how I knew at that moment that I was doing the right thing. And without saying a word, Prabhupada gave me his blessing. Then a few years later, I'm about to get initiated. And I'm in now we had moved by then to Manhattan, and I got initiated. Prabhupada wasn't feeling well that next day, but the next day he's at Vyasa Puja, and I walk up to get a cookie. And there was 1 or 2 other instances like the one I described in New York, things that happened with Prabhupada where it kind of gave me, as we used to say, special mercy and had me sit with him or whatever. So this time I'm in New York, I'm getting initiated, and Prabhupada is sitting on a Vyasa-san, and I go up to get a cookie. I'm thinking, Prabhupada, look, it's me. I'm Brahmatīrtha now. I'm your disciple. And Prabhupada's going to say something to me. I was very proud. I was just like, it was any trace of humility had fully disappeared. So I walked up, Prabhupada hands me the cookie, looks at me as if I am the cleanest glass you can imagine, and looks right through me and doesn't see me. Well, that look taught me so much. So one hug taught me so much, and that look taught me so much. So that was Prabhupada's special ability. Now, the last time I saw Prabhupada was, I'll show you. The last time I saw him was right here. Here we are, 1977, Vrindavan Temple with Sri Damodar Maharaj, Brahmachari then, and Sadaputa, Jnana, and Madhava. And there we are in the Vrindavan Temple speaking at the first international conference on life comes from life. And there were, Prabhupada said, send us all of your scientists. He wrote to the GBC. We want them all of your PhDs and scientists. And all 5 of us showed up. That was it. And we gave our talks. And I've been listening this month to the November 77 tapes. And Prabhupada, he was too ill to go to the conference, but every night he'd call us in and ask for the Sankirtan report. And one famous story, he calls us in, Tamal Krishna says, Prabhupada, your scientists are here. They have their suits and ties and all of that. They have the suits and ties and they're all here. And Prabhupada couldn't see very well then at all. He could hardly see. And then Prabhupada goes, get them chairs. And Sri Damodar goes, Prabhupada, we don't need chairs. And Prabhupada says, get them chairs. So I think we found 2 chairs for 5 of us. So 3 of us sat on 1 chair. 1 of us just sat down pretending we were on a chair to please Prabhupada and just do what we could. But Prabhupada was so proud the way we were in our suits and ties and presenting to the scientists. So to move on, I took up for Prabhupada in the about 20 years ago, ISKCON Resolve service. I said I had a problem. I interrupted myself before. I had trouble seeing Samadarshana. I really did, because there was karmis and devotees and you know, Ritviks and Nitwiks and this thing and that thing and who's who. And I wanted to have Samadarshana. So I joined ISKCON Resolve to help me in my own personal struggle with Samadarshana, to see things more equiposed. It worked for me. It worked very well. And I mediated for 20 years for ISKCON Resolve complex cases. And now I announced to the GBC last Wednesday that I'm finishing up my last case. I'm just going to become a mentor. These are hundreds of hours of service, each one. I said, now it's time for me to move on, be a mentor. Why? I'll show you why. Because when we formed a science conference in 2019, the Bhaktivedanta Institute, and we put out the same letter Prabhupada put out, send us all your PhDs and your scientists. Here's who showed up, 50 of us. Now we have 75 working with the BI. And I am very pleased to say that we even have a new headquarters. With the generosity of Hṛdayānanda Maharaj's family trust, we have our headquarters here. It used to be the president's house for the University of Florida back in the 40s. And right after that, the president went off to India to redo their education system after the British left. So funny how it makes a full circle. And that's our headquarters. So I tell this story because as the generation of Prabhupada disciples were aging out, as Borajan expressed it to me, the age of tears has begun. As some of us leave. I remember when the first devotee, when Jayananda left, I was shocked that somebody could actually die. It was shocking news to me. I mean, I was stunned. And then some other devotees died. I was like really stunned. But wait, that doesn't happen. Obviously it does. So we have to consider, what do each of us want to do for our contribution to Prabhupada? And I'm not talking to Prabhupada disciples now, I'm talking to everyone. There's no distinction, Prabhupada disciple or not. It's really, what do we actually want to do for Prabhupada and how do we focus on it? Satyanarayana Prabhu has dedicated himself, as you saw, to BBT. Yogeśvara worked his tail off doing a code of ethics for ISKCON. serves on the board of BI. Many of these devotees do so much for Prabhupada. But as we reach our final stage, we say, what are we going to focus on so we can leave a legacy for Prabhupada's glory, not our own? If we try to do it for our own glory, we end up like me when I went to get the cookie from Prabhupada, and I never want to go through that again this life, not that way. And Prabhupada can still give me that look. So the future for me in service to Prabhupada is the Bhaktivedanta Institute. Prabhupada challenged us with the Institute to deal with the issue of, does life come from life, or does life come from matter? Are all of you just a bottle of kombucha waiting to be poured down the drain, or is there something more to you than that? Are you just a chemical machine? And Prabhupada was horrified by the idea that we're just chemical machines. And he wanted us to, at the BI, to establish through science and philosophy, using both, that we are more than just chemical machines. So the mission we have at the BI is to establish that. And we do other things, work on cosmology and cosmography and various other fields. But the core of the BI is to demonstrate to those who have some ability to discern that we are much, much more than this body. And we have something, there are many other institutes, Galileo Institute, the Noetic Institute, the Discovery Institute. There are many groups, Ubiquity College, people we work with, we know, they're our friends, we have great relations that are working on the same issue, but we have something they don't have. The best they can get to, the non-physical, is panpsychism. And we have what Prabhupada has actually given us, which is a deeper understanding of the personal nature of ourselves and the personal nature of the Supreme. And due to that personalism, we have an edge that no one else has. So what we rack our brains out at the BI, how can we leverage this edge we have? We're not necessarily smarter than other people. We don't know science better, but we do have that one edge, and how can we use it? So I told something from the past, gave some remnants, gave some Prabhupada story from New York, because we are in New York now, so I have to give at least one Prabhupada story from New York, and talked about what I would like my future to be for serving Prabhupada. And with that, I'll stop here. And I thank you all for your attention. And it's lovely to be with you all in 2nd Avenue. My only lament is I'm not there personally, especially as I see on here, so many of my good friends are here. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So I'm going to jump in here. I've been letting our very gifted Yadurnath do the emceeing here. Now, actually, we should almost now be roaring into a Pushpanjali to end up at 26 2nd Avenue, because all of you are supposed to go over to the Bhakti Center by 8 o'clock. Can you hear me?
Excuse me, Maharaj, 1 second.
Okay.
There's been development.
Yeah, I know Rameśvara is here. So that's what I'm trying to sort out, because if maybe one of you could go across to the Bhakti Center and tell them maybe we'll be 15 minutes late or something like that, because right after Rameśvara speaks, if we're going to go that route, then we have to go into Pushpanjali, at what point the international Zoom will break from the 26 2nd Avenue, and 26 2nd Avenue will record the Pushpanjali, but we won't watch it on the international Zoom. It'll be uploaded later. So Mituna just called me that they've taken prasadam over there. So maybe someone from the group there at 26 2nd Avenue can walk over 1 block and tell them what's happening and see if they blow a fuse or whatever. And I guess we can then go into Rameśvara and immediately after that do a quick Pushpanjali. What does that sound like?
Okay, that sounds like we already sent somebody, someone volunteered to to go and let the Bhakti Center know. So that's being taken care of. Before we bring him to our,
Also,
what's that?
I could call Champakalaka.
Well, he's already gone. Thank you. Just while we have a moment here, I'd like to thank Holiness Chandrasekhar Maharaj, who spent a lot of time and effort organizing this. Thank you, Maharaj. I'd like to thank Gaur Kumar, Karen, and Vishal, who are also handling the tech. I'd like to thank Kalakaṇṭha Bhakti and Mangalarti, who helped with the flower arrangements. And I'd like to thank the devotees at Radha Govinda Mandir, who were just wonderful in helping us to pull this off, making so many arrangements. So thank you. And now, Rameśvara Prabhu, if you wouldn't mind. I know you'd prefer that we cut right to Pushpanjali, but oh, please come up. Yeah. He kept on saying like, no, it's okay. I don't have to speak. But we do want to hear from you.
I am holding up your program.
No.
Please, we want to.
After you speak, we'll do a quick Pushpanjali.
Try to keep it to
Don't
15
worry
minutes. How about that?
I won't,
We're very good at.
I won't speak, then I'll just read, because if I speak, it'll go on for days.
Okay, that's a deal.
So what should I do? Where do you go?
More than.
Absolutely.
Hare Krishna.
Hare.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravāṇī Pracharine Nivasesha Shunyavadi Paschacha Desatane Omagyanjivanandasya Kiranjana Srakaya Chakshusumili Tanjena Tasmai Śrī Guru-Vandanā Pañcaratna Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Jayādvaita Swami Prabhupāda, Ādipuruṣa Bhaktivedanta, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Just a very quick reflection. When someone sees something that has been built and literally expanded all over the planet in such an amazing way, it's very emotional to be right here when Prabhupada foresaw not only what exists now, Prabhupada foresaw what was going to come over thousands of years. He could not have said that his books were going to be the law books for humanity for 10,000 years had he not literally seen that happening. So we can't even imagine the future of this Krishna consciousness movement and how Prabhupada, you may have heard this quote, he told me one day at the height of our book distribution, he said, historians will note this period, how through this massive Sankirtan Yajna, we have changed the whole world, the history of the world. Future historians will note this period. Prabhupada foresaw what is here now around the world, but he also foresaw, we can't imagine 10 or 20 or 30 years from now. He's looking ahead thousands and thousands of years. And the seed which contains the unlimited potencies, just like the holy names, Krishna invests all, not just some, all his potencies in each and every holy name. So Srila Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya invested all their potencies in this seed right here. We're in such a sacred place right now. This seed contained all the potencies for the Krishna consciousness movement for 10,000 years. And it was planted right here. So of course, it's very emotional to just be in Prabhupada's presence at this sacred place. Without a doubt, our movement must unanimously establish this as an international sacred place of pilgrimage for the entire worldwide Hare Krishna movement. This property, this space, has to be anointed as important as our main temples are in Vrindavan and in Mayapur and other places that Prabhupada set up as international places of pilgrimage. There is no doubt this has to be awarded. This place, 26 Second Avenue, has to be given that designation unanimously by the GBC. So that's my preamble. We cannot even understand 100 years from now. Prabhupada understood 10,000 years. So I'll try to read this very quickly. Dear Srila Prabhupada, my eternal spiritual father and my eternal master, I offer you my eternal obeisances and pray daily that in each of my coming births, I may be used by you in any way that pleases you. Birth after birth, my prayer is to always take birth as your lifelong servant. As you lead us by your transcendental instructions and teachings found in your divine books, those transcendental literatures that you personally left for us will guide the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and become law books for all humanity for the next 10,000 years. You often warned that godless mechanistic science is the greatest demon of this age and destroys the real purpose of human life. In the name of science and advancement of knowledge, so-called scientists focus exclusively on the material energy, material particles, material potencies. In their ignorance, they have no knowledge of the Atma, the soul, and they vehemently avoid considering that spirit has anything to do with the origin of the universe, the origin of planetary systems and stars, the origin of life, the origin of different species, the origin of consciousness, or the true nature of evolution of consciousness. Without any reference to the soul, they never understand the actual purpose of life and the actual needs of every living entity. In their version of nature and existence, they leave humanity ignorant, hopeless, purposeless, isolated, and alone. In such a godless civilization, there's no accountability or enduring consequence for committing volumes of sinful activities. Thus, these impersonators of actual teachers or actual scientists lead in their misguided way human society on a path that turns humans back into animals or even lower species when this current human body is finished. And once the soul is sent backwards in the evolutionary cycle of species, it could take thousands or millions of births before the soul again attains a human body. You have written quote, "The misunderstanding of the conditioned soul is the bodily conception of life. The body is material, but within the body is the soul. Unfortunately, one who is in ignorance, under the spell of material illusion, accepts the body to be the self. We are not the body. We are spiritual beings trapped in the body. Our real interest lies in understanding this simple fact. If we cannot, if we remain in the bodily conception of life, our miserable material existence will continue forever. Political adjustments, social welfare work, medical assistance, and the other programs we have manufactured for peace and happiness will never endure. We shall have to undergo the sufferings of material life, one after another." End quote. Every one of those words was written by Srila Prabhupada in his Srimad Bhagavatam purport to the 6th canto, 15th chapter, text number 3. As I traveled with you in January 1977, you instructed that defeating this great demon of godless science is the true mission of the modern Hare Krishna movement. You told me that the final purpose of your BBT is to support all preaching that presents Krishna consciousness as the highest, greatest, and most advanced science. Through unwavering mass book distribution of your divine books, such as Bhagavad Gita as it is, through distributing popular Bhaktivedanta Institute, through scientific exhibitions being planned for your Temple of Vedic Planetarium, through unwavering commitment to exposing the failings of Darwinian evolutionary conceptions in its original and mutated forms. Through unwavering commitment, we can save all embodied human conditioned souls. Srila Prabhupada, I pray every day to be used in this way, to be an instrument for unlimited mass distribution of your transcendental literatures. You once wrote to me that I should not divert my mind for even a moment from this. So I pray to Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda, to Sri Pañcaratna, to Lord Paramatma within my heart, to please cause me to take all my future births in this Sankirtan movement as Srila Prabhupada's humble, eternal Sankirtan and book distribution servant. I remain your most unworthy, aspiring servant, Rameśvara.
Okay, so at this point, the two programs are going to go separate ways. The 26th Avenue people will do a quick Pushpanjali and walk over to the Bhakti Center for prasad. Thank you very much, Rameśvara, for speaking. And the rest of us who are on the international Zoom will continue. If there's a television over there at 26th Avenue, someone can input the URL for this live Zoom, and you can watch the remainder of it over there. But I thank you all, and we'll part ways. And the next speaker will be Jayādvaita Swami. I have a recorded Jayādvaita Swami, but we have the real Jayādvaita Swami as well. So I'm wondering, Jayādvaita Swami, should we do a recorded version of you, or would you want to speak instead? I'm going to unmute you there.
Well, the recorded version has
Okay. Are we hearing you now? Let me find where I'm going to have to take over some of these functions that have been happening. It should be, let me try again, see if I can allow you to unmute yourself.
Yes, now I'm unmuted.
Okay, good.
I wasn't expecting to speak. The recording has two other godbrothers on it.
Right. I've parted them up into different segues so that you know, they're separated. Even though you were all kind of speaking intermixed with one another, I video separated them.
Yes.
Of course, yours is the most difficult to hear out of all of them. But you know, we can roll it, or we can have you speak. I think most people would be enthused to have you speak.
Okay. How long would you like me to speak for?
10, 15 minutes, something like that. That's what our standard has been here today.
Okay.
We have
Om Jnana-Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshun Viditam Jena Tasmai Śrī Guru-Vandanā Śrī Chaitanyam Manopistam Sthapitam Jena Bhutale Svayam Rupa Kadāmayam Dadāti Chapadantikam Panchako Pitarupyascha Kripasindhopyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaः. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vāsari Gaur Bhaktivedanta. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. There's, well, my reflection of late has been on Srila Prabhupada's having given us the holy name of Krishna, and on Krishna's being non-different from his holy name. Everything finally rests on Krishna, and everything finally depends on the holy name of Krishna. Prabhupada's campaign at 26 Second Avenue began from his kirtan, his chanting of Hare Krishna, and he engaged us, especially through the chanting of Krishna's holy name. Prabhupada's chanting of the holy name of Krishna was pure, and ours may or may not be so pure. The Prabhupada translated Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prayer that you put all of your energies in the holy name. But I'm so unfortunate that I commit 10 kinds of offenses while chanting the holy name. And of course, that was one of the items that Srila Prabhupada gave at 26 Second Avenue. He wrote out the 10 offenses and instructed us to avoid them. The inattention we hear is the first, the granddaddy, as it were, of all the other offenses. And when we're inattentive to the sound of Krishna's holy name, essentially we're inattentive to Krishna. Krishna is there, or the gift of Krishna's presence that Srila Prabhupada has given us is there, but we we check our Facebook feeds, we look at this or that, and we're not focused on chanting. Our minds, or even if we're not physically checking our phones, our minds are going here or there, and we may slight the presence of Krishna. But if we can just chant the holy name of Krishna with some focus and attention, everything is there for us. The we especially means me, but it's a principle. All these things are principles. So, they're all principles. I can mention, just as that brings to mind, I remember Srila Prabhupada's last visit to New York, when he was staying at 55th Street, his quarters there. And I noted that, now this is what, 1976, and so Srila Prabhupada's last year or so. And I noted that in every spare moment, he had his beads and he was chanting. And we will say, well, yes, Prabhupada was always chanting, but in previous years, he was always chanting Hare Krishna. He was always speaking about Krishna. But I noticed that in that final visit, whenever he had a moment, Hare Krishna, he would pick up his beads and chant. And of course, I connect that with his understanding that his life was in this world was coming to an end. And so he was focusing even more on the chanting of Hare Krishna. And I noted it at that time. It was striking that he was that he was chanting, focusing in that way on the chanting of the name of Krishna. One time he told us when we were still at 26 Second Avenue that we should have Sankirtan and go on the Bowery have Kirtan there, and I forget whether he told us to distribute books or take a collection. Anyway, he told us we should chant on the Bowery. So we did. We went and chanted, and we found that even the bums were very generous. They were giving donations, and it was very successful. So that thought of raised earlier about Srila Prabhupada being Samadarshi, Brahmatīrtha Prabhu raised, thinking about everyone's welfare, how to reach the highest class of people, the thought leaders of the world. Bless the drunkards on the Bowery, which then was still the Bowery, a low place. I've told this story, but it comes to mind again, that Srila Prabhupada had gone on his morning walk by car and came back, and just as he was rounding the corner at Henry Street, he saw a little boy putting letters in the mailbox. His father was lifting him up, and the boy was putting letters in the box. And Prabhupada was I was wondering, what is Prabhupada thinking about? Is he maybe remembering his childhood in Calcutta, or what? And after the boy had mailed the letter, Prabhupada said, the little boy on his own, he cannot do But the affectionate Father, when he helps, then it is possible. So you can take it that that's our relationship with Krishna. Unless Krishna helps us, there's not much we can do, not anything we can do. Or our relationship with our spiritual master, our relationship with Srila Prabhupada. On our own, what will we do? Like a little kid, can't even reach the door of the box. But when the affectionate Father helps, then success is entirely within reach. So everything becomes possible for us by the grace of Srila Prabhupada. And we've seen that devotees have done and are doing wonderful things by the grace of Srila Prabhupada. And that means by the grace of Krishna. With Krishna's blessings, Krishna's power comes to the devotees through the Parampara system. So we're all working not by our own strength. We bring our own efforts or whatever assets we have, but on our own we can't do anything of note. And on our own we're useless. What credit do we have just as independent individuals? But when we're connected with Srila Prabhupada, when we're connected with the Parampara system, then we have immeasurable, potentially immeasurable power. Krishna can do anything. I remember there was one incident in New York. There was some court case, I forget what it was about. It was minor compared to today's these kind of court cases. I forget whether it was obstructing traffic or some other matter. The devotees were hauled into court. And somebody, I guess a lawyer, made insulting comments about Krishna. And Nanda Kishore, our godbrother Nanda Kishore, who is not particularly eloquent or spoke out and just lashed the lawyer for insulting Krishna. Just lashed him, and very effectively. And Srila Prabhupada was pleased. Insults to Krishna should not be tolerated, and Krishna had empowered him to speak strongly. So we see that Krishna empowers his devotees, that Srila Prabhupada empowers his devotees, and then wonderful things become possible. More than just the spiritual master in principle, the acharya in principle, we have to recognize the extraordinary nature of Srila Prabhupada. Now, everyone thinks his guru is extraordinary. Everyone should think his guru is extraordinary. Everyone's guru is extraordinary. But there's Srila Prabhupada, you can say, was super extraordinary. And in our day, or in Prabhupada's day, there was some tussle, some tension, some conflict over his stature. We heard from, we know that his godbrothers, some of them, were not willing to acknowledge Srila Prabhupada's extraordinary position. He was one of the God brothers, and they took exception to his being called Prabhupada. They were not all delighted that the Krishna consciousness movement was spreading all over the world. Prabhupada even considered some of them envious and said that they were trying to block him. That, of course, is old history, but and not the happiest of history. But I bring it up only to say that now that's old history, because everyone has acknowledged Srila Prabhupada's preeminence. Everyone has acknowledged Srila Prabhupada's preeminence. There's no Gaudiya Math where you can go and they say Swami Maharaj was kind of one of the batch. They all must acknowledge, and in some cases are not very happy to acknowledge that Srila Prabhupada was empowered by his spiritual master to do extraordinary things, to spread the Krishna consciousness movement all over the world. I remember Srila B.R. Sridhar Maharaj said that when I think of what Swami Maharaj has done, my heart, my chest swells with pride. Appreciate it. His disciple Govinda Maharaj said, we're all eating the remnants of Swami Maharaj. And others also, Srila Narayana Maharaj, so many, Srila Bhaktivedanta Maharaj, all have expressed their admiration for Srila Prabhupada's extraordinary accomplishments. And even outside of the Vaishnavas, even ordinary people, or people who are materially prominent, have acknowledged that Srila Prabhupada's accomplishments were extraordinary. His accomplishments and those of us who were so fortunate as to have his association can say his personal touch, his personal character. Even those of us who haven't had Prabhupada's association, but just read about it in books like Srila Prabhupada Divine, see Srila Prabhupada's personal compassion, his sacrifice, his determination, his willingness to put up with so much. They see his extraordinary character, and that example of Srila Prabhupada's acts as an eternal inspiration for the Krishna consciousness movement. There are, yes, as an eternal inspiration. We see or hear about what Srila Prabhupada did. We see on films and videos, or even in photographs, we see Srila Prabhupada's dealings, his interactions with devotees, his preaching. And we recognize that he wasn't even just a bona fide spiritual master, but that he was extraordinary. We're sort of churning the butter of that extraordinary character of Srila Prabhupada, his extraordinary merciful nature, and so on. We're all you can say, drinking the nectar of immortality from the ocean of Srila Prabhupada. And that's our good fortune, which we're meant to share, to distribute with the world, and which devotees are sharing with the world. We heard about the Arabic book distribution. We heard about the activities of Bhaktivedanta Institute, and there's so much more that we can hear about. And all of this manifests Srila Prabhupada's desire, Srila Prabhupada's will, Srila Prabhupada's vision. Shall I stop here?
Yeah, that sounds like, thank you very much for I know sometimes I always feel when somebody just asks me suddenly to speak out of the blue, sometimes you get the best situations that way. Thank you very much for your overall kind of putting your own feelings about Prabhupada into a particular nice framework, but also some overview of what's been going down so far for this whole Zoom. Now, actually, what's interesting is I'm putting a taped message from Prahladananda Swami on next, and it says some of the same things. So here, I'm going to roll it now so that we'll see Prahladananda Swami. Then after him will be Mālatī, and then Hṛdayānanda Swami, and then Yogeśvara. So those are the lineup of who's yet to come here. So here we're going to roll it. Let me get to where the view is speaker view. Okay. So do you want to take it away at this point, or you need a minute for prepare? Okay. Thank you very much.
Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane, Namaste Saraswatam Deve, Gauravāṇī Pracharane, Nirvishesha Srinivadi, Paskadyade Siddharane. Hare Krishna, the subject of my offering to Srila Prabhupada will be a description of his exalted position and the problems that ISKCON faced and is still facing due to its general misunderstanding of who Srila Prabhupada is and what his position is presently within the movement and within the devotees' lives within the movement. I'll begin with a quote from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Tandra Chite Krishna Prema Karya Udoy, Tandra Vakya Kriya Mudra, Vigeda Nabudhaya. Even the most learned man cannot understand the words, activities, and symptoms of a person situated in love of God. So, underlying practically all the controversies in the past that faced Prabhupada's disciples and devotees is an essential philosophical question. Was His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, Nityasiddha Mahabhagavat, and Saktavesha Avatar and Sampradaya Acharya, or was he Siddha, pure devotee obtaining perfection in this life, as sometimes he's depicted in even some of his biographies and the memories of some of his followers and disciples. When I first joined the movement let me say that Srila Prabhupada depicted himself as the Nityasiddha Sampradaya Acharya. Therefore, he insisted that his title be the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And whenever this question came up, what is Prabhupada's position? For instance, in a conversation with Sesrup Maharaj and Jayādvaita Swami, and in a morning walk, Jayādvaita Swami asked Prabhupada that, let me see the date for this, it was Mayapur, April 8, 1975. Jayādvaita, they know everything and that they're perfect in everything, but sometimes from our material viewpoint, we see some discrepancies. Just like we think that Prabhupada, because material viewpoint, the viewpoint is wrong. Therefore, you find discrepancies. Jayādvaita. So we should think that we have the defect. Prabhupada, yes. Acharya is explained. Bhakti Samshanat. Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi 113. One who's preaching the cult of devotional service is Acharya. Then why should you find any discrepancy? Jayādvaita, just see. For instance, sometimes the Acharya may seem to forget something or not to know something. So from our point of view, if someone has forgotten, that is, Prabhupada, no, then. Jayādvaita, and an imperfection, Prabhupada, that is not then you do not understand. Acharya is not God, omniscient. He is servant of God. His business is to preach bhakti cult. That is Acharya. Advaita, and that is the perfection. Prabhupada, that is the perfection. Hare Krishna. Jayādvaita. So we have a misunderstanding about what perfection is. Prabhupada, yes. Perfection is there. How he is preaching the bhakti cult. That's all. In other words, Prabhupada was a perfect instrument for Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for spreading Krishna consciousness. And because of that, although internally he was situated in the spiritual world, but externally he acted appropriately in order to attract people to Krishna consciousness and to help their advancement in Krishna consciousness. Unfortunately, his followers were not necessarily at a very high level of spiritual consciousness, and therefore they sometimes misunderstood Prabhupada as simply acting externally at times and not being always eternally situated in the spiritual platform of consciousness. They took his external activities as his consciousness, as a manifestation of his consciousness, rather as his manifestation of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy in order to teach his followers how to make advancement in Krishna consciousness. Therefore, Prabhupada writes in the Nectar of Instruction, Krishna's devotee is not subject to the material conditions, even though his bodily features may appear materially conditioned. One should therefore not see a pure devotee from a materialist point of view. Unless one is actually a devotee, he cannot see another devotee perfectly. As explained in the previous verse, there are three types of devotees: Kanishta Adhikari, Madhyama Adhikari, and Uttama Adhikari. The Kanishta Adhikari cannot distinguish between a devotee and non-devotee. He is simply concerned with worshiping the deity in the temple. A Madhyama Adhikari, however, can distinguish between a devotee and a non-devotee, as well between the devotee and the Lord. One should therefore avoid observing a pure devotee externally, try to see the internal features and understand how he's engaged in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. In this way, one can avoid seeing the pure devotee from a material point of view, and thus one can gradually become purified and devotee himself. Those who think that Krishna consciousness is limited to a certain section of people, certain section of devotees, or a certain tract of land, are generally prone to see the external features of the devotee. Such neophytes, unable to appreciate the exalted service of the advanced devotee, try to bring the Mahabhagavad to their platform. We experience such difficulty in propagating this Krishna consciousness all over the world. Unfortunately, we are surrounded by neophyte godbrothers who do not appreciate the extraordinary activities of spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world. They simply try to bring us to their platform, and they try to criticize us in every respect. We very much regret their naive activities and poor fund of knowledge. An empowered person who is actually engaged in the confidential service of the Lord should not be treated as an ordinary human being. For it is stated that unless one is empowered by Krishna, he cannot spread the Krishna consciousness movement all over the world. Just as Prabhupada tells us at the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita, that if we want to understand Bhagavad Gita correctly, we have to at least assume that Krishna, the speaker, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Similarly, if we want to understand and get the maximum value from Prabhupada's books, we have to accept that Prabhupada was a perfect representative of his spiritual master and repeating perfectly the words of Krishna in disciplic succession. I remember when I first joined the movement, well, when the first time I went to India in 1974, there was a temple president's meeting. Well, first let me back up and say that from the very beginning, the question of who Prabhupada is or was always a big question in the minds of the devotees. And one of the influences that affected our movement at the beginning was the perception of his godbrothers, as Prabhupada mentioned in that verse I read, that he was simply a less than a perfect devotee. As a matter of fact, they even imply that he had committed offenses against his spiritual master. I remember in 1974, when I went to the temple president's meeting, the first one in Mayapur, we were invited to the one of Prabhupada's godbrothers' mats, where we took prasadam, and one of Prabhupada's godbrothers' disciples gave a talk where he more or less said that Prabhupada had gathered together some drug-addicted hippies to become devotees, but it was not very important, wasn't a very significant accomplishment. When we went back to the Śrī Mayapur Dham, and Prabhupada's, one of his servants told Prabhupada what his godbrother's disciple had said, Prabhupada's comment was that anyone who heard this particular godbrother's disciple was scarred, spiritually scarred for life. But that wasn't the end of it. As we know, even earlier than that, Prabhupada's godbrothers were preaching to Prabhupada's disciples that Prabhupada had unjustly taken the name of Prabhupada instead of Swamiji and had offended their spiritual master. And therefore, at that time, there was actually a undercurrent among some of his leaders to remove Prabhupada from his position. And Prabhupada had to give those devotees sannyas and create the GBC in order to protect the movement. Of course, we know that later on, there were many attempts to discredit Prabhupada and bring him down to the level of just an ordinary spiritual master, as we saw with one of Prabhupada's, not even his godbrother, his god-nephew, started to proclaim that he was actually Prabhupada's successor and that he actually had some higher knowledge to give the members of ISKCON than Prabhupada was able to give them at that time. And therefore, he tried to create a split within our society in his attempt to take it over. I know recently one of Prabhupada's disciples who left the ISKCON and started his own movement, he gave sannyas to one of Prabhupada's disciples. And Prabhupada's disciple, who became a sannyasi, he continued to glorify Prabhupada and quote from Prabhupada. But this particular sannyasi, this sannyasi, Prabhupada's disciple also, who had given him sannyas, called him and allegedly criticized him for speaking about Prabhupada too much, rather than speaking about his teachings, this sannyasi's teachings. So this particular sannyasi disciple of Prabhupada, he left that devotee and now is rejoining ISKCON. Now we find that after Prabhupada left, that even the biographies and even the testimonies about Prabhupada are full of assumptions that Prabhupada was less than a Nityasiddha devotee, that he appears to be depressed sometimes, he's a business failure, he has a horrible family life, he gets, but actually this is due to the fact that unless one is actually an Uttamā Adhikari on a higher platform of consciousness, it's very difficult for one to see properly what the exalted position of a Nityasiddha is. And what to speak of when one has ambitions, as the Zonal Acharyas did, in order to take over Prabhupada's position and establish themselves as the new Acharyas in Prabhupada's absence. Or as Prabhupada said, that in absence of a big tree, that sometimes a small bush, like a castor tree, may seem very big. So the idea is that if we want to know Prabhupada, that we should read his books. We should understand, as Prabhupada said, if you want to know me, read my books. And we have to have faith enough faith that we understand that Prabhupada's personally talking to us through his books, and Prabhupada's telling us exactly what Krishna is telling him to tell us under our present circumstances as a super soul. That Prabhupada is the perfect instrument for the super soul, and he's present in his books. And if we read his books with faith and attention and become determined to follow them in his instructions, then we'll get the mercy of our previous acharyas, and we'll get the mercy of the super soul in our heart. He'll give us all good intelligence, understand Krishna consciousness, and ultimately, if we follow Prabhupada's instructions, then Krishna himself will personally reveal himself within our hearts, and our lives will become perfect. The aim of my talk is to establish that Prabhupada was not an ordinary person. He was a Nityasiddha Sampradaya Acharya, Mahabhagavat, and the words in his books are perfect, as all his activities were perfect, perfectly as an instrument for Krishna, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement. And if we have faith in them, we try to read them, we try to understand them, we put them into practice with conviction, and try to apply them in our lives. And the result is that we'll get all of our acharya's mercy, and ultimately we'll become qualified to go back to the spiritual world. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prahladananda Swami. Thank you very much. I couldn't agree more.
Hare Krishna. For some reason, I can't hear you, Chandrasekhar Maharaj.
Now you can. Now you can hear me. I muted myself.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Hare Krishna.
So let me. Let me go here again. Would you want to, just a second.
That that I
Okay, this is live television. These kind of things happen. So Mālatī is coming right online. She was having trouble finding the link. Okay, so yeah. So I had myself muted for a little while. So Mālatī should be on in a second or two here.
There she is. I can.
Oh, okay.
That really looks like Mālatī.
Okay. Can you unmute yourself?
Mute or unmute?
Unmute. You're unmuted. Okay, so good.
Unmute.
So it's your slot. Thank you very much for coming and sharing. This is such an interesting collection of devotees from everywhere.
Really. So I offer my humble obeisances to one and all, and particularly to Chandrasekhar Swami, who is doing the hero's work here. And I also offer you the obeisances from Narottam Das, who, that's where I was when you called me. And I didn't realize that he would still remember you. So he wanted to be remembered to you. So, okay. I don't even know what exactly I'm supposed to say or do here. So please forgive me if I say or do the wrong thing.
It's just a Vyasa Puja, so you can say what prayer, Vyasa Puja offering, any kind of thing, reminiscence.
So Om Jnana-Timirandasya Janana Sakalaya Chakshun Militam Yena Tasmai Śrī Gurave Namaha Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane. Yeah. So the first thing I wanted to share are the words of His Divine Grace, Śrīla Prabhupāda. It's coming from the 4th Canto 28:31. And I personally find sticking to Śrīla Prabhupāda's words are the safest way to go. And then if somebody wants to argue, you can, well, you know, it's Śrīla Prabhupāda, what can I say? I'm only repeating. But I'm always amazed by his elocution of knowledge that he was presenting way ahead of his times, particularly like first canto purports, and you're reading those purports written way before he came to America, and it could be yesterday or even today, you know, so perfectly described. But on another topic here, Śrīla Prabhupada commented, among Vaishnavas, there may be some differences of opinion. I don't think anybody here has ever experienced differences of opinion, right? You know, among Vaishnavas. So he says there may be some differences of opinion due to everyone's personal identity. But despite all the personal differences, the cult of Krishna consciousness must go on. We can see that under the instruction of Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur began preaching the Krishna consciousness movement in an organized way within the past 100 years. The disciples of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj are all godbrothers. And although there are some differences of opinion, and although we are not acting conjointly, every one of us is spreading this Krishna consciousness movement according to his own capacity and producing many disciples to spread it all over the world. As far as we are concerned, we have already started the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, and many thousands of Europeans and Americans have joined this movement. Indeed, it is spreading like wildfire. The cult of Krishna consciousness is based on the 9 principles of devotional service. And he listed them: Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Vasyam, Sakyam, Atmani, Vedanam. So this cult of Krishna consciousness, based on these 9 principles, will never be stopped. It will go on without distinction of caste, creed, color, or country. No one can check it. So Srila Prabhupada's affirmation. So, dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my eternally offered obeisances at your lotus feet. Please let me serve you day after day, birth after birth. I came upon the following sections after watching a video clip of your post-departure Samadhi ceremony for the first time. It was the first and probably last time I will ever view it. I needed the solace of your living words, and this is what a random search brought about. So he's speaking about his Guru Maharaj, and it's from a lecture given in New Vrindavan in June of '69. And he said, my Guru Maharaj, when he was selecting articles to be published in the Harmonist. So if someone doesn't know, the Harmonist was like the Back to Godhead of Bhaktisiddhanta. So when he was selecting articles to be published, if he simply sees that there's several times the writer has written Krishna, Lord Chaitanya, like that, he passes immediately, all right, it's all right, it is all right. That so many times he's uttered Krishna and Chaitanya, so it is all right. So similarly, even if we present our Back to Godhead or any other literature in broken language, it does not matter, because the glorification of the Lord is there. That is recommended by Narada. Tad va grisargo gana viplava. So this janata aga. Aga means sinful activities. If one reads one line of this literature, although it is presented in broken language, but if he simply hears there is Krishna, then his sinful activities immediately vanquished. And you, dearest Prabhupada, appeared a sinless soul, one who never forgot Krishna. You said once that you were given opportunities to sample material sense enjoyment, but Krishna was always there with you, and thus it never happened. And Prabhupada mentioned, sometimes I become surprised how I have written this. Although I am the writer, sometimes still I am surprised how these things have come. Such vivid descriptions. Where is such literature throughout this world? It is all Krishna's mercy. Every line is perfect. This was from a conversation in 1977 in June, just a few months before his departure. Krishna is perfect, and thus every line is perfect, as you, Srila Prabhupada, are also perfect. Dhruv Das was watching Srila Prabhupada laughing while he was reading Krishna book, and he wondered, Prabhupada, you're laughing at your own books? And he replied, I did not write these books. Krishna wrote them. And he taps to his shoulder. He wrote them. My dear most friend Krishna sat on his shoulder. His dear most friend Krishna sat on his shoulder, and he spoke to him, just as Arjuna's dear most friend Krishna stood before him and spoke Bhagavad Gita. In a conversation with Tamal Goswami and another godbrother, he asked, do you know that I read my books every day? I learn something new every time. Do you know why? Because I did not write these books. Every time I sat down to write, Krishna appeared and dictated to me what to write. So I'm not writing. Krishna is writing. Srila Prabhupada learns something new every day by reading his own books, because spiritual life is not stagnant. It is ever expanding and ever increasing enthusiasm. When the Supreme Lord speaks, the pure devotee hears with rapt attention, imbibing the nectar with great joy and devotion. When my god sister Danishta asked Srila Prabhupada how could she know him better, Srila Prabhupada replied in 3 words. So the question was, how can I know you better? Prabhupada said, read Krishna book. Yes, we want to know you better, Srila Prabhupada. You've divulged a great secret, indicating as well where we can find you. Maybe cavorting with Krishna and his cowherd friends and the Gopas. All glories to you evermore, Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you forevermore. Our most beloved Patita Pavana, Srila Prabhupada. It perplexes my mind to consider that the purports you were writing came to you, the perfect, transparent via medium, directly via the Supreme Lord Krishna. Your purports are beyond any value and wealth of all the so-called precious gems found in this temporary world. They are the purest of all touchstones offered to us by you, your fully cognizant, compassionate mercy. I can never fathom this mercy in a billion trillion lifetimes. Even by chance, if I make it back home to Godhead, I'll never understand this incredibly sublime pastime of yours. But I have a little shadow doubt due to the gloriousness of this pastime. You're not an ordinary spiritual master. You saved us. And this was confirmed in 1967 in our little San Francisco storefront temple. Krishna dictated these purports to you, and you faithfully recorded them, and you passed them on to us and the entire world. Many gurus and so-called yogis come and they take your money, but they cannot relieve anyone from birth, death, disease, and old age. You alone offered that miracle. Considering these comments by you, how can we accept anything less than your authentic original words? May my head remain bowed at your lotus feet. May my heart beat only for you. And may all people throughout the entire universe become receivers of your compassionate message, checking the reign of Kali and pacifying their burning hearts and minds. Always your Dasi, Mālatī Devi Dasi. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Hi, thank you very much, Mālatī. I had some people working with me now, so now I have to do everything all by myself. Let me.
You know how that goes.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of technical stuff going on. It was actually quite nice. We had a good team. I was doing practically nothing, just calling people up. But now we're going to move on to Hṛdayānanda Swami, who is calling us from where? Where are you now?
I'm in California.
Oh, in
California.
California.
I was there 2 days ago, but I came back to Columbus, Ohio for Janmashtami.
I missed you.
Yes. Well, we're waiting for you to visit Athens.
Yes.
Again, television.
So,
Yeah, you can go ahead. I had a phone call. There's lots of behind the scenes going on in this whole project.
okay, I'm going to turn my cell phone off. So I'll begin.
Yes.
I'd like to thank Mālatī Prabhu and the other devotees who have spoken. It's traditional on these occasions of Vyasa Puja it's traditional and appropriate and necessary to talk about the glories of Prabhupada. I would like to focus from a different angle. As you know, Prabhupada told us there are many angles of vision. And that is Prabhupada, with all of his good qualities, all of the good qualities of the devas, as that verse in the Bhagavatam said, as Prabhupada is a pure devotee. And Lord Krishna clearly sent Prabhupada at a particular time and place to establish his mission, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission, very powerfully all over the world. Twice in the Bhagavatam, we find the little phrase Deshakala Vibhagavit. The first time is in the first canto, where Bhishma on the bed of arrows is praised as Deshakala Vibhagavit. And then again, when in the fourth canto, when Narada Muni is instructing Dhruva Maharaj, he tells him, in order to serve Lord Krishna effectively, you must be Deshakala Vibhagavit. That word means a knower of the differences or of the distinctions of place and time. Deshakala Vibhagavit. So in fourth canto, chapter 8, text 54, Prabhupada gives a very powerful purport to in which he explains what those words mean. And again, quoting Prabhupada, for example, says that he talks about, he said, those who are puffed up with concocted notions. You know, Prabhupada often did not pull his punches. So Prabhupada said, those who are puffed up with concocted notions criticize ISKCON or criticize devotees who do not do things in the West exactly as they are done in India. And he said, but actually, and then he emphasizes this point that we should take all consideration. Then Prabhupada says, make all adjustments so that people in the Western world are comfortable with Krishna consciousness. Now, lest I be misunderstood, or better, I should say, in order to reduce the number of people who misunderstand me to the minimum, there are, in my view, three things that Prabhupada did not want us ever to change. Because Prabhupada says that, you know, make all adjustments, take all considerations. But still, there is a baseline. There are three foundational principles, which in my understanding, we cannot change. One of those is our philosophy. The philosophy that Prabhupada gave us, which is a perfect presentation of Vaishnava Siddhanta or Vaishnava Tattva. And the second thing is our spiritual practice. Prabhupada taught us to practice bhakti yoga by chanting japa, by doing kirtan, by reading his books, by giving class, by preaching, by worshiping deities, and so on. So Prabhupada gave us a perfect understanding of the absolute truth in its various features, and he gave us a perfect process for this age to cultivate that higher consciousness, love of Krishna. The third thing that Prabhupada, in my view, did not want us to change and was adamant about this, he did not want us to change the institutional framework that he created for Lord Chaitanya's movement in the modern world, in which, of course, he named it ISKCON. So those three things, our institutional framework, our philosophy, and our practice, those three things are what Prabhupada would not allow us to change and will not allow us to change. At the same time, I have no doubt, this is my conviction, that if Prabhupada suddenly came back, you know, and we knew that's Prabhupada, and we took him for a tour of his temples and showed him what was going on, I'm sure many things would please him, because there are many, actually many outstanding men and women in this movement who are dedicating their lives to Prabhupada's service. And there are many impressive projects. At the same time, it would be silly to deny the fact that in some very important ways, our movement is not as well known, not as much in the public consciousness, not as relevant in public affairs as it was when Prabhupada was here. Now, to some extent, we can attribute that to inevitable historical factors. I mean, remember that Prabhupada was a pure devotee before he got on the boat. It's not that Prabhupada became a pure devotee on the Jaladuta. Prabhupada once told me privately in his room in Los Angeles that there was never a time when he did not know Krishna as his Lord. So Prabhupada personally communicated to me that he's an eternally liberated soul. So I have no doubt about that. At the same time, that Prabhupada, the pure devotee of Krishna, in India, before he came to the West, was not able to make much headway, certainly not to his satisfaction. And we can, of course, go down the line. I mean, Jansi, the League of Devotees, the Back to Godhead sheet, which he personally was giving out in New Delhi till he had a heat stroke. And then, then finally going to Vrindavan on the advice of a friend, producing the Bhagavatam, and then giving out the Bhagavatam to leading people in India, including the Prime Minister. And then Prabhupada at a certain point understood that that first powerful instruction he received from his guru, namely to preach in English, preach in the West, that he had to go to the West to accomplish that. And of course, the rest is history. So I am convinced personally, having been trained by Prabhupada as a Western GBC, I'm personally convinced that if Prabhupada came back and saw what was going well and what was not going so well, that Prabhupada would call his senior people, including some of the people here like Mālatī. Prabhupada would call his senior people and he would say, what's going on? He would visit the temples and he would say, because when he left, of course, the temples were filled with Western devotees and there was a very powerful outreach program. And as I said, there are many outstanding Vaishnavas in this country and many countries. It's not that there's a lack of really distinguished devotees. But still, I have no doubt that Prabhupada would say, how do we restore what I gave you in the sense of a powerful, famous, relevant Hare Krishna movement in the Western world? And so in that sense, I think on Prabhupada's, I think my meditation is not only on what Prabhupada did in the past. I remember when I was a new devotee in Berkeley, Prabhupada wrote a letter to one of the devotees in the temple that, of course, we all read, where Prabhupada said that you are not seeing the actual form of the spiritual master. He gave the example that the wind blows at night, the wind blows the clouds across the moon, but it looks to our vision as if the moon is sailing through the clouds. And that's the example Prabhupada gave, that we are seeing the external form, which of course Prabhupada called Vapu, but then there's Vani, but the actual form of the guru is something which is more advanced. So all of Prabhupada's pastimes in this world, his accomplishments, convince us that he is in fact a completely liberated soul, that he is the great Acharya for this age. And therefore, that leads me to the conclusion that how do we restore what he left us? To me, when I hear Prabhupada's glories, that's what it drives me to. That's the conclusion I come to. That considering Prabhupada's greatness, considering all these stories and all the books and everything, what is my duty now? What can be done now? What about the future? How do we, because in Prabhupada's Pranam mantra, the one he wrote, the first one, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya, was sort of a template in which, Prabhupada's name was put in, a template for offering obeisances to Gaudiya Vaishnava Gurus. And then Prabhupada actually wrote the second mantra. He personally, that was original, Namaste Saraswate Devi. So in that mantra, Prabhupada first identifies himself that I am a disciple of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravāṇī Pracharine. And my mission is Gauravāṇī Pracharine, preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya. And so you could say, okay, Prabhupada, there were other disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta, and many devotees in the world have accepted the mission of preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya. So in the last line, the last two quarters of the Pranam mantra Prabhupada wrote, he reveals what is exclusive about him, what is unique to him, what distinguishes him from his god brothers and everyone else. And that is nirvishesha shunyavadi paschatya desha tarine. The Prabhupada is the savior of the Western countries, which are completely befuddled by voidism and impersonalism. And so Prabhupada wrote this mantra. Prabhupada presented himself as the savior of the Western countries. Some people say, like, why, what's so important about the West? Well, ask Prabhupada why he put it in his pranam mantra. I mean, the reason is obvious. Prabhupada told me that many, many times. I mean, many times Prabhupada preached to me personally how, I came to your country because it's the most important country and so on. And so it seems to me that since we all agree on the glory of Prabhupada, we all agree on his identity as, Krishna's pure devotee, Lord Chaitanya's special emissary, then the next thing is we should defend and establish the honor of Prabhupada, his honor in the world, not just among ourselves, but in the world, because Prabhupada didn't say that. He could have said, I'm saving Western disciples. In fact, it fits metrically in the verse, paschatya shishya tarine. He could have said that I'm saving Western disciples, but he said desha. Desha means a whole country. Desha means a whole country. And so therefore, I feel as an eternal servant of Prabhupada, it is my duty to Prabhupada to defend his honor, to establish the truth of his pranam mantra by doing everything I can with my limited abilities to show that those words that Prabhupada wrote historically actually come true. That Prabhupada's mission actually saves the Western world. And in order to do that, in order to carry that out, one has to be very, very intelligent. One has to be desha kala vibhagavit. One has to be a knower of the differences of places and times. And if you look at Prabhupada's purports to those two places in the Bhagavatam where that verse appears, also Madhya Lila, chapter 23, verse 105, I believe, where Prabhupada preaches very, very powerfully about the need, as Prabhupada says in 4.854, make all adjustments, take all considerations, do whatever it takes so that Western people are comfortable with Krishna consciousness and take it up in significant numbers so that we can actually fulfill the vision of Prabhupada's pranam mantra and help him as his servants to save the Western countries. So I think that is my meditation today. Not simply looking to the past, not simply remembering Prabhupada's accomplishments, but looking forward. How do we actually give Prabhupada what he needs? How do we do what has to be done for Prabhupada's vision to actually be successful of saving the Western countries and thereby saving the world, of course. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. And again, I offer my sincere respects to all the wonderful servants of Prabhupada, and he has many wonderful servants. And I hope that by cooperating together as Prabhupada ardently desired, that we can actually show the world that Prabhupada is in fact nirvishesha shunyavadi paschatya desha tarine.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Hṛdayānanda Swami. Our next speaker is Yogeśvara, and I think he's online here. Let me unmute him here. Yeah, looks like he's unmuted.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Hearing Hṛdayānanda Maharaj glorify Srila Prabhupada made me wish that I had logged on earlier because it was such an inspiring homage. Thank you so much, Maharaj. I'd just like to share with everyone something I wrote for this year's tributes book. It's focusing on Srila Prabhupada's compassion. And here we go. Dearest Srila Prabhupada, please accept my fallen obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. Of all the Vaishnava qualities you manifested, Srila Prabhupada, your compassion amazes me the most. During your brief visit to Moscow, for example, your kind presence touched many. An Air India pilot carrying you across the Iron Curtain, the babushkas sweeping Red Square, a taxi driver bringing you through the Soviet capital, a stubborn Leninist professor, and by the will of Providence, a ripe Russian student to whom you gave all you could for 3 days before flying on to Paris. That bhakti seed you planted in the heart of Anatoly Pinyayev, later Ananta Shanti, who suffered unspeakable persecution at the hands of the KGB, continues to blossom in wonderful ways even today as war ravages the most vulnerable in Eastern Europe. And then I insert a quote from something Prabhupada said in a room conversation in Paris in June 74. Prabhupada remarked, therefore in Europe, so many wars, every 10 years, 15 years, there is a big war and wholesale slaughter of the whole humankind. But these rascals, they do not see it. The reaction must be there. You are killing innocent cows and animals. Nature will take revenge. That's the end of the quote. Although I never met Ananta Shanti Srila Prabhupada, I first met his spiritual beneficiaries, that is, the devotees who grew up in the former USSR, during my visits to Mayapur in the early 2000s. I saw in them what you must have seen in Anatoly, an unquenchable thirst for genuine spiritual experience, a good soul's tolerance of the people who had for so long denied him that experience, and endless gratitude to you for risking all to give him Krishna, quote, the supreme personality of Godhead. Nowhere did I witness their bhakti more intensely than when I attended their week-long Bhakti Sangam festival in the Crimea in 2012. Thousands of Russian and Ukrainian devotees, comrades in Kirtan, turned the tourist town of Simferopol into a marathon of selfless service, the likes of which I hadn't seen in ISKCON, Srila Prabhupada, since you first exploded Krishna consciousness in America nearly 50 years before. At the invitation of Ukraine GBC Niranjan Maharaj, I was there to share my Founder Acharya seminar series, especially with those Slavic-speaking devotees who had never physically seen or heard your divine grace. But as the days went by, as they drank in your life, your teachings, your mood, your mission, I found myself meeting you, their hero, through their hungry ears and eyes. So often did they break into applause to cheer your compassionate pastimes that each session ran way over time. And after every Q&A period, they spontaneously rose from their seats and surrounded me, begging for more, refusing to let me go. Who are these people, I thought. Their Prabhupada Prem just knocked me out. Now that was 10 years ago. After the Russian government forcibly annexed the Crimea in 2014, the Ukrainian devotees moved their Bhakti Sangam to another Black Sea venue, smaller but no less impressive for its spirit of selfless service. And even though the fire of war may cancel the festival altogether this year, Srila Prabhupada. I'm absolutely certain the fire of compassionate service you've ignited in countless Russian and Ukrainian devotees will one day burn to ashes all the horrendous karma that has periodically devastated that region. Seeing and hearing how the devotees are bravely delivering prasadam, your quote, secret weapon to the war's victims, I have no doubt your compassion will prevail. And here's a quote from Niranjan Swami, the GBC. Quote, the selfless service Srila Prabhupada brought is the life and soul of the devotees here, says Niranjan Maharaj. They already know what to do. All I have to do is encourage them. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada, and your most compassionate followers, your aspiring servant, Sureshwara Das. Maharaj, Chandrasekhar Maharaj, I hope this whole global Sangha is going to be recorded and released somehow. Because
it's already being uploaded, you know, even as we speak.
Okay,
because it's going through what's called restreaming. So it's going on to YouTube right now. It's going on to my YouTube channel. It's going on to the GBC SPT channel right now. Okay. And it's going also to my YouTube page. I mean, my Facebook page is what I'm trying to say.
All right.
Wonderful. And you know, I'm going to put timestamps on it so that people can watch the whole thing and, you know, be able to go to who they're really interested in listening to. And then if they have time, they can watch the whole thing. So that we wanted to meld the 22nd Avenue thing in with the, you know, the global Sangha. So we had a whole bit with this 22nd Avenue at the very beginning. I thought that was nice. It was Pañcaratna's idea. So, and then he came in with the angle of the SPT. So that's how this whole thing sort of bloomed out into a larger episode like it is now, you know.
All right, great, looking forward.
So we've got some Sabha members right now. We've got Nisringananda, who's up next here. I think he's queuing up here. I'm sorry I'm so flat in responding to all these wonderful Vyasa Pujas. I just kind of, I'm going into Jerry Lewis telethon mode or something like that now. Those of you who are from America know what that is. Otherwise, you have no clue. So let me welcome Nisringananda and put him on here. Ask him to unmute. And okay, let me see. Nisringananda, are you there? Something is not right. Oh, his video is not on, and his audio is not on. Maybe he's away. Okay, so for some reason, we're not getting Nisringananda, and we'll put another Sabha member on. We'll put, I'm going to roll Mahatma here. So here we go.
Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravāṇī Pracharine Nirvisesa Sanyavari Paschatya Dasatarine. Nice to be here with all of you. I couldn't do this live because I'm traveling at this time. So I'm going to make a video and I'm going to read my Vyasa Puja offering, and then maybe I will speak something about it. And I'm kind of excited because I wrote this offering in February in Vrindavan, and this is the first time I'm reading it. So it's almost like I'm reading a new offering. Since I wrote it, I haven't read it. So it will be almost as new to me as it is to you in a sense. Pañcaratna Pañcaratna Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. My obeisances to all the Vaishnava devotees. Hare Krishna. I am writing this offering from Sri Vrindavan Dham exactly 47 years after you opened this temple. I was present at that glorious opening along with hundreds of God brothers and sisters. It was such a special event. Yet not one of us knew or could even imagine that a temple situated in a remote part of a remote village would someday become filled with a constant stream of pilgrims, or that Vrindavan itself would become a tourist destination. Throngs of pilgrims are daily pouring into the Krishna Balaram Mandir year-round. We hear every morning after Mangala Arati how many books were distributed, how many plates of prasadam were served, and how many pilgrims chanted one round of japa. Today, about 2,200 books were distributed right on the temple premises. 7,400 plates of prasadam were served, and about 1,500 pilgrims chanted one round of japa. In 1975, as I stood and watched you offer the first arati in the Krishna Balaram Mandir, the idea that the opening of this temple would someday put Vrindavan on the map, not only for people in India, but for people around the world, was beyond anyone's imagination. Yesterday, as I was returning on a rickshaw from visiting some of the Vrindavan temples, we ran into a traffic jam. Rickshaws were lined up in both directions as far as the eye could see, while crowds of pedestrians struggled to squeeze through the spaces between the rickshaws and the crowded shops that lined every square foot along the road. They were right next, the rickshaws were right next to the shops. So that it's like people were trying to get by. The road was full. There was no room. I jokingly said to my wife, this traffic jam is ISKCON's fault. I was once complaining to one of the wallahs in Vrindavan in his shop, it's so crowded here. And he said, well, you're preaching. So your preaching is glorious, and this is the result of your preaching. And then there is the temple in Juhu. The disciples you left in charge to struggle to secure the land started to feel that the project was not worth fighting for. After all, it was in an out-of-the-way place, and we were expending massive amounts of energy in trying to secure the land. Eventually, one of the leaders in Juhu decided to give up the fight, and had you not intervened, we would have lost the land and the money we had invested in it. Again, we had no sense of how a temple in such a remote part of Mumbai, far from its city center, would be useful, what to speak of as massively successful as it is today. And the list goes on. The huge amounts of Sankirtan going on today in the form of books, prasadam, Harinam festivals, and various outreach programs are having their effects, although we may not have the vision to see the long-term consequences. I joined ISKCON at a time when people thought vegetarians would become sick from malnutrition. Kirtan was something that only strange religious fanatics did. Practically no young men were joining ISKCON in India, and ISKCON had only a handful of congregational members worldwide. Preaching in places like the Soviet Union and China were a pipe dream, and countries outside of India in which massive numbers of Indians had migrated for the past century, were slowly turning away from their culture, or were focused on demigod worship. Today, these very places, India, Bangladesh, the former Soviet Union, China, South Africa, Mauritius, Singapore, Malaysia, and Fiji, are where the greatest numbers of people are becoming devotees. Who could have imagined this in the early days of ISKCON? Western Europe, North America, and the UAE have seen millions of Indians migrating to find a better way of life. Tens of thousands of these migrants have become devotees, and most of them became devotees after leaving India. In other words, they left India for material prosperity, did not have a deep religious commitment or any religious commitment, but became devotees in the West because of their connection with ISKCON. In 1975 in Mayapur, you predicted there would be a world war. When it didn't happen, you were asked why and replied that it was because our Sankirtan activities, and it was because of our Sankirtan activities, and therefore Krishna changed his mind. We may think that ISKCON is an insignificant entity on the world stage. Yet you told us that we stopped World War III at that time. I mean, basically, that's what Prabhupada was saying. You were asked about the rise of vegetarianism, interest in yoga and Eastern philosophy, and religious practices, which would include the popularity of Kirtan today. And you said it was all because of our Sankirtan activities, that these changes had taken place. The first followers of yours were somewhat amused that you name your society the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. After all, there was only one small storefront and a ragtag band of followers in this quote-unquote international society. But within a few years, temples started springing up around the US and Canada, and then gradually around the world. By 1969, devotees in the UK met George Harrison and the Beatles and made the Hare Krishna mantra popular throughout Europe, acquired Bhaktivedanta Manor, not in 1969, I don't think, but soon after. And as the Telegraph newspaper headlines wrote, we started London, the Hare Krishna movement started London with Rath Yatra, and the title was Krishna Chants Startle London. And Prabhupada was so happy. Prabhupada was happy that we could startle London. In a lecture on the disappearance day of your Guru Maharaj, I believe in Los Angeles in 1969, you revealed that even you could not have imagined such things when you told us, quote, I was born in a different family. My Guru Maharaj was born in a different family. Who knew that I would come to America? Who knew that you American boys would come to me? These are all Krishna's arrangements. We cannot understand how things are taking place. In other words, the spreading of Krishna consciousness happens through the transcendental arrangements of Krishna in such a way that it appeared even mysterious to you. You wrote in a letter that, quote, only about 6 years ago, I could not even imagine how widespread and potent a force this Krishna consciousness movement would become. But now I am seeing that it is simply a miracle by Krishna that we are coming to the forefront of all other spiritual cultures in the world. So I think that in the future, one day we shall become the ruling party. At least if we can do that in your country, then we may do it everywhere else. So I am always thinking in this way, big plans on behalf of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. You ended your letter by explaining the conditions in which this would take place. Quote, but I can understand that such big plans will never come true unless the plan makers and executors of the plan remain always extremely purified. So we have a prediction, quote, unquote. So we have a prediction that can only come true if we maintain a society of pure devotees. In 1972, as I sat in Srimad Bhagavatam class in Los Angeles, you told us that this movement will go on with us or without us. But if we stay, we'll get the credit. It made it sound like if we just stick around, everything will happen, even in spite of us. But what you meant, and we sometimes overlook this, is that your confidence in the success of the Krishna conscious movement was not just based on the purity of the message and the process, but on the purity of those delivering the message. Krishna Swami at that time, once asked you, how far Lord Chaitanya's prediction that Krishna consciousness will go to every town and village is true? How far Lord Chaitanya's prediction that Krishna consciousness will go to every town and village is true? You replied that it will depend on those who are preaching. In Mauritius, you said Mauritius could, not would, be the first Krishna conscious country in the world. In 1976, Rameśvara Prabhu mentioned that you said that this movement will go on unimpeded for 10,000 years. To which you replied, yes, provided we keep it uncontaminated. You should take this opportunity. Srila Prabhupada, you made it clear that this movement has the potency, whether we believe it or not, to make drastic changes to the world, even alter the course of history. But the degree of ISKCON's success will depend on us. You are the one who set in motion the possibility that Mahaprabhu's name could be heard in every town and village, and you gave us the mantle. Now it is up to us to make this happen. I pray I can contribute in some small way to help make this prediction come true. Srila Prabhupada, please bless me to always properly represent your teachings, be a living example of them, and be motivated only to please you and Krishna. Well, that was a long offering. I don't want to take much more time. I just want to say the mood in which I wrote this is that I constantly feel this burden, loving burden, that Prabhupada wanted to make the world Krishna conscious. I constantly feel the burden of disqualification. I don't feel that I'm in any way empowered, special to do it. I'm always praying and hoping I can do something that Prabhupada will empower me, because I know this is what he wants. I always think, Prabhupada, help me do something significant for you so I can see you smile. But I know and I realize that that's not going to happen unless I become a pure devotee. And so I'm always praying to Prabhupada, please help me become purified, because I know if I'm more purified, you'll be inclined to use me, even though I'm useless, a fool, ignorant, contaminated, somehow or other. You've given me a position in your service, and I want to do something. I want you to be proud of me. I want to do something that will please you. So that was the mood of this offering. I think every offering I write, that's the mood. Always feeling helpless and useless. But at the same time, that's how Prabhupada felt, and that's why I feel that this is really the success formula, that if we can remain humble, realize our lack of qualification, and be sincere and desirous, enthusiastic, inspired, and compassionate to help people, then there's a chance that maybe Prabhupada and Krishna will use us, and we'll just do amazing things, and we'll look at what we're doing and we'll say, I could never do this. I'm just watching it happen in real time, but it's actually Krishna doing it. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you for listening.
Hare Krishna. So now we do have Nrsimhananda online, so we'll spotlight him. And I'm going to have to jump away, take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Well, that's what I reminded you to do. Now I know that I'm really in the toilet. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindhuvyabacha patitanam pavanebhyo vishnevhyo namo namaha. Please accept my obeisance, all the wonderful devotees who are present and who will view this. I feel very unqualified, especially following such a Mahatma as Mahatma Prabhu. But I'm going to take advantage because somehow or another I've been fortunate in this life to gain the association of yourselves, and I'm not going to let that go if I can possibly keep my grip. Dear Srila Prabhupada, Ma Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravāṇī Pacharane Nivishesha Shunyavadi Paschachade Shatarane. My god nephews and nieces today sing the glories of Hari through the streets of war-torn Kiev. The police want to stop them, but the city administration gives permission. They make people smile is the official reason for allowing Sankirtan. We need a little taste of happiness now, they said. And Prabhupada, you made the hippies into the happies, and your mercy continues unabated. Long before you arrived on the shores of America, you advised all the living entities of the ever-existing war against Maya. The exodus of the residents of Calcutta to other places out of fear of being bombed by the Japanese is due to the same tendency of non-destructible existence. But you stayed, and your family stayed. And those who are thus going away do not remember that even after going away from Calcutta, saved from the raids of those Japanese bombs, they are still unable to protect their bodies as non-destructible in any part of this material universe, when those same bodies will be raided by the bombs of material nature in the forms of the threefold miseries. The names Japanese and Calcutta can easily be replaced by Russians and Ukraine in your sage advice. The Japanese also, who are threatening the Calcutta people with ruthless air raids for increasing their own happiness by possession of lands, do not know that their happiness is also temporary and destructible, as they have repeated experience in their own fatherlands. The living beings, on the other hand, you say, who are designed to be killed are by nature eternal, impenetrable, and invisible. So all those living entities who are threatened to be killed, as well as those who are threatening to conquer, are all alike in the grip of the Maya potency, and are therefore all in darkness. Continually conditioned by the mode of goodness, we repeatedly become attached to hearth and home. These are Prabhupada's words, not mine. Only by hearing from the lips of a pure devotee can we hope to receive the transcendental message that keeps us from sleeping on the lap of the witch called Maya. Jeev Jago. Wake up, sleeping souls. You brought us the wisdom of your spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, who said just a few days before his passing on December 23rd, 1936, you should all work conjointly under the guidance of your spiritual master with a view to serve the absolute knowledge, the personality of Godhead. You should live somehow or another without any quarrel in this mortal world, only for the service of Godhead. Do not, please, give up the service of Godhead in spite of all dangers, all criticisms, and all discomforts. Do not be disappointed, for most people in the world do not serve the personality of Godhead. Do not give up your own service, which is your everything and all. Neither reject the process of chanting and of hearing of the transcendental holy name of Godhead. You should always chant the transcendental name of Godhead with patience and forbearance like a tree, and humbleness like a straw. His father, the spiritual great-grandfather of your disciples, inspired his son in the most profound existential realizations which you so purely and deftly transmitted to the entire world. Cultivation of higher spiritual knowledge, which discerns the matter from spirit, does not also help us in the achievement of the highest goal. By this culture of spiritual life, one can realize only oneself as distinguished from gross matter, and can also understand that the spirit soul is above matter, as ignorance of this fact makes him bound to undergo the rigors of conditioned life. This self-realization may help one for attaining the marginal position between material and spiritual existence, but this does not mean actual spiritual life and its spiritual activities, without which the spirit soul cannot obtain the highest bliss. This marginal state of life may be called the life of self-satisfaction, as distinguished from the life of self-realization, which means engagement in the transcendental activities of the spiritual world. Self-satisfaction without this self-realization, attachment for spiritual activities, does not bear any substantial fruit. This is the wisdom that has been bestowed upon we undeserving beings, at least this one undeserving being. And my prayer is to practice and broadcast this knowledge far and wide, in my case through the agency of narrative films. I beg you, Srila Prabhupada, please allow me to expand my preaching from home programs and the Sabha, our spiritual advisory Bhagavad assembly, to the big screen. I unabashedly beg you to facilitate this service, which is just like chasing rhinos. Only this time I need your divine mercy to capture, not just to run after. My partner Janardati Prabhu and I have wonderful scripts, treatments, and ideas. By your potency together, we can distribute your Vani to the entire world. Not only will Hare Krishna become a household word again, but your name, Srila Prabhupada, will be recognized in every town and village. Association with a pure devotee, even for a moment, can save one from the greatest danger. My fathomless gratitude to you, my most intimate friend and preceptor, extends from this life, which is in its final act, to our next dance together, if you will kindly accept me as your eternal servant. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, your aspiring servant, the Sringananda Das. So I wrote this, I guess that was in February, just when Ukraine was invaded. And I was so relieved that Prabhupada has given us this transcendent vision where we don't take sides. We may feel for one side or the other, but this knowledge that we've gotten transcends everything. We know that Krishna is also the potency in Putin, and Krishna is also the potency in Walensky. Krishna is the potency everywhere, because everything's being carried out by these modes of nature which cannot be altered, except by intercession of the mercy, the kripa of devotees, to broadcast the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and distribute the holy name everywhere, which, as Mahatma just said, that Prabhupada had given us credit for preventing World War III up until that time. So for us to think that the potency of the holy name has not given practically the longest stretch without a significant world war since the World War II ended in 1945, is perhaps not to see things as they really are, because indeed the movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has had a profound effect and would never have been able to spread to every continent and every nation state, except for the fact that there was a general peace throughout the world. And we hope that that peace continues, so that just like today we had a visitor, and he's from Moscow, and his can't go back for the last few years because once you get a work permit here, you can't go back. And he just dying to see his mother and his grandmother and everything. And his mother just talked with him. And she doesn't know that he became a devotee here in America. They're all Christians. And he said that, she said to me, you know, I saw the most beautiful people. They were on the street here in Moscow. And I went over to talk to them. There was three beautiful women and two nice looking men. And they were chanting the most entrancing sound of this. What is it? Hare Krishna? Do you know about this Hare Krishna? Oh, yes, Mom, I know. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Yes, that's it. I just couldn't stay away from them. They had a little drum and they were chanting the sound, and I just loved it. And it just answered on this Vyasa Puja day, the prayer of our friend, that his family would become somehow or another favorable to his choice of Hare Krishna. So Prabhupada mercy is just going in every country, in every city, in every family. It's just unseen often because it's so wide and vast, but we have to know that it's going on because the expansion of the ISKCON congregations is nothing short of a miracle given our lack of our ineptitude, shall I say, as in terms of our leadership. We've really, it's amazing that we've lasted this long. And let us hope that and pray that we can fulfill this request of Srila Prabhupada, which I mentioned in my offering, that the highest goal of our work is to stay together and cooperate and somehow or another continue as a movement to spread Lord Chaitanya's mercy everywhere. So that is my offering and my request from on this beautiful and auspicious day. And I also request the mercy of all the Vaishnavas who see this. Please give us your blessings to carry on and be able to spread Krishna consciousness in a narrative form throughout the media all over the world. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Yogeśvara. We have, we have two offerings left. And I'm kind of interested by the way that we seem to have themes in this whole section of devotees giving their offerings. When I don't think the devotees got together beforehand to make these themes, and I sort of jumbled them together in a random order. So it's interesting how there's some kind of theme now. Going on the theme that Nrsimhananda just had, about people having to deal with their relatives. We have two offerings left, one by Hanumat-Preṣaka Swami and the other by Gauravāṇī Swami. And Hanumat-Preṣaka Swami will be talking about his struggles with his family. Of course, he's from a Spanish background, so we'll hear a little bit about that. Then we'll hear Gauravāṇī Swami telling us about Prabhupada in Germany, which is something we probably have never heard anything about. So let me first go to Hanumat-Preṣaka here.
I was looking for spiritual life. I think that was a common feature of those times. Yes. Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. We'd all gone through World War II and everything else. It was a great influence. And so that moment, everybody was like, "Gotta be more than this." So I remember I was devotees on the streets in San Francisco chanting, and I was going there with my wife and just visiting from Sacramento area where we were in college. I got a Back to Godhead magazine and sold me one. The back was a picture of Prabhupada smiling surrounded by all these flowers and big garlands. And to me, it was kind of like some kind of spiritual mafioso. It was a strange picture. It was like they were promoting him like, That's okay. So really at first contact. It was impressive. Maybe I think then later it was actually UC, the University of California, the Davis campus. It was the first Whole Earth Day, and I think it was Bodhi Mantra. he wasn't preaching any philosophy at all. He was just being a fanatic and everything else, you know. And he wanted me to take the book. It was the Krishna book, the big Krishna book. And it was very interesting. I remember because I was always, you know, spending our money on the spiritual things. So my wife was one side there glaring at me, you know, if you buy this book, I'll make our life hell and stuff. It was like Maya, you know. But I was blanking my mind, which you're supposed to do when you're engaged in yoga, blanking my mind. And he was just going on preaching. And I finally came to the conclusion that I really should take it, but it was the choice. I had to either, you know, satisfy her or take the book. And so I said, no, I'm going to do this. I was thinking $10, and what I got was Krishna book, volume 2 of 2. So they sold me. They sold me the second volume. So that's how I met Prabhupada, really, from his book. And so I read it for about 1 year, and so many things happened from the book. First, one of the things was, the first story was about King Satyajit and how something happened, and it said that this happened before the kidnapping or birth of Pradyumna, which happened in the previous chapter. There wasn't any previous chapter. And I was actually trying to pull the cover back or something, see if it got stuck in there. And finally, after about 2 weeks, I saw a very small thing in the bottom that said volume of 2 of 2. Yeah. So I was reading on, and then I read, you know, a lot of philosophy, you know, things before that, different religious perspectives, a lot of stuff, different things. And one thing that impressed me, the Krishna book, it answered logically. It discussed every single aspect of different philosophies, ideas, and it was just good. I'd never seen anything like that. So clear, so simple explanation of all these different cultures and philosophies, and coming to the conclusion that monotheism was the proper thing. And I came from a religious background anyway. That was the first thing that impressed me. Oh, great. So, and I read a lot of science fiction. You know, I read like it was different people and stuff, and they're always like fantastic stories and all this stuff. The Krishna book was like a fantastic science fiction story, with, you know, cutting off all the arms, the heads, and the legs, and all this stuff happening. I didn't know what it was. I just got it out of nowhere. The book was there. So at some point in my mind, I remember I was sitting on the porch of this old house in UC Davis, in the campus, and suddenly my mind said, because obviously the person who's writing all this very sober philosophy, right? You know, describing these outrageous, insane pastimes, it was a real contrast, because what, you know, why would somebody who's like this sane and sober present these things as being true? You know? So then I remember that my mind said, you know, this is either the biggest lie I've ever read, or else it's the absolute truth. And my intelligence said to my mind, if it's an absolute lie or absolute truth, either case, it's absolute. And that's when I realized that, yeah, the book was self-evident. And it was just that the book itself was just, it was it. There was nothing like that. So I didn't know I was coming in contact with Prabhupada, because he didn't push himself, in my experience in the book. So many things. Again, I would just bog out and try to understand things to some degree. But it wasn't that Prabhupada, you know, making himself prominent as the person. He was kind of the author. You know? So then eventually I started going to the temple in San Francisco, read the book for 1 year, visiting for 1 year. The same thing. I came in contact with devotees, and they were just different world. It was obvious, having tried so many things before. And finally, Prabhupada came. I think it was maybe third Rath Yatra in San Francisco or something. It was, you know, only Rath Yatra in the country. And we were in the big industrial garage making flower garlands. I was living right near the temple. But I made so many flower garlands, I had grooves in my fingers from it. And everybody else was running off to the airport. And I couldn't, you know, quite appreciate the kind of passion that they had, everything else. And my connection with Prabhupada always was very much on the level of intellectual type connection in some ways. So then I saw him right after Rath Yatra, the festival was there. Then right after that, I remember I was sitting next to the Vyasa, and he was just giving me a morning class, you know. And I looked up at Gauranga. They were about 1.5 meters tall. And I looked at them many times before. But when I looked at them at that time, their whole bodies were like conscious. They're just like eyes. Their whole bodies were conscious. It was just like, again, like a outstanding experience. So this went on, and I was involved in trying to do devotional service and adjust what I read in the books, for so much time. And the temple president sometimes was a little harsh. Other people were nuts, and people were stealing stuff and running away. It was many problems and so on. At the same time, too, the chanting was there and everything else. It was proper process, being involved in the process and stuff. So my experience with him was I gradually began to know him gradually and stuff. And initiation, that was also a great challenge. I'm going to accept him or what's going to go on. And also because of the Christian background, there was a whole thing. And, fanatic Christians in my background were saying, oh, this is all a trick of the devil. You're going to go to hell and so on. The two things that finished off very, very impressive is that we were in San Francisco, 455 Valencia Street. It was an old mortuary, had ghosts. So I was going out in the daytime to work, and I remember one time I was just kind of walking up the hills in San Francisco and realizing, oh, this is crazy and that's crazy. And if I hadn't had that 1 year of associating with Prabhupada's book, I wouldn't have probably been able to sort out all the things that were happening in the temple. But because of that, I kept coming back to that. But I remember, I'm very clear, I was finding my mind, my intelligence said, hey, even if everybody else in this whole movement goes nuts, I'm still going to serve A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. And I made that real kind of like personal connection and commitment. That was for me one very, very principal time. And I thought, probably should be, I'm here. Yeah. And another one was, he moved to Berkeley, right? And it was Guru Das's sannyasa initiation. And I still have these, things to kind of sort out. Like somebody's a Muslim, somebody's Ramanuja Sampradaya. So I had pretty strong commitments in terms of Christianity and sorting out, Jesus Christ and all these things, Then Prabhupada was giving initiation to Guru Das. He was quoting the verse Titikshava Karunika, Suhridam Sarvadehinam. And he said, this is Vaishnava, he's merciful, He said, but he mentioned Lord Jesus Christ. They were crucifying him, still he begged for their forgiveness, Then I heard that directly from, I heard it over the speaker in the kitchen, so I didn't hear it directly from Prabhupada's lips, but I heard it directly over the broadcast thing. At that point, because I knew the movement by then, like you say, I'd gone through the devotees, I'd seen what they were going through them, I could see the austerity that Prabhupada had done to establish this movement and its sincerity and everything else. And I never had found that anyplace else and anybody else. So at that point, I realized even if I was trying to be a Christian, here was the best Christian I knew, and so on. So that took care of that. But then I was able to connect up all of my other interests like that and so on. But then after that, for me, it's just a continuous realization. Maybe most very quickly. Oh, that's enough for now. So that's my kind of how I first met God, and kind of going on like that. The physical contact and so much has never been important to me in my life. It's always been introspection and and working at a distance like that. So it was 1975, at the same time when Prabhupada came to the Rath-Yatra. I was a treasurer. Two things, okay. And again, I was maybe number 1,225th son or something. So many other people I actually had contact. Vajrashruta Damodar Maharaj, Hansaduta, and Jayānanda. To me, they were like, they had close association with Prabhupada. I knew them, and from them I could have that connection. But in the morning there would be the Shringarati with the deities, Prabhupada give lecture, and afterwards was Guru Puja. So I was in the kitchen cooking the 8 o'clock offering or whatever it was, and they had cookies for Prabhupada to pass out. And nobody was taking them. And there was kirtan was going on more and more, and I thought, well, I guess I should take these and give them to the devotees. And so I had my apron on, and I walked to the edge of the kirtan in the temple room, and everybody was Prabhupada, Prabhupada. And nobody was like, you could see the cookies. So I kept getting kind of closer to Prabhupada. Of course, Prabhupada to me was kind of like, Yamaraj, everything else. It was like, so I was approaching. Well, Krishnamar pushed me. So suddenly I was right there holding this tray of cookies up Prabhupada with my apron on. So I could thank him for one of the only real, that was the only intimate service I did in that sense. You're looking down at me like, who's this guy in his apron? I mean, here, these cookies. I'm like curious. And at the same time too, there was a program, Prasadam Distribution International. It was on the West East Coast, yeah. They also apparently were distributing other things besides prasadam and making good money. So anyway, they came and gave a $10,000 donation to Prabhupada, which now I think would be at least $100,000 at least. Yeah. So it's a considerable donation. Because I was the treasurer, they said, "Oh, come and help count the money." And so I'm maybe the only person who actually knows the story now. Jayādvaita was there, Brahmananda was there, and I think they've all passed on. And I don't think it was being recorded. So when I sat down in front of Prabhupada and again, I was very, what's like conscious. Well, he's so great, Everybody's counting $20 bills. They're all standing around Prabhupada, sitting around Prabhupada counting, hundreds and thousands of dollars. And Prabhupada was just, leaning back and preaching, preaching. What was he doing while we were working? He was preaching to us. So he told a story that it's some mining town, and there's some person working in the mine, and after working, he sits in a little country tavern on the outside there and drinking some local beer, reading the paper or something. And so some Brahmin, I guess, or some priest or something goes by, and he says, "You're drinking beer, you're going to go to hell." And he says, "Well, it's so miserable in the mine. We work so hard to come out and take a little bit of beer and relax." And he said, "Still, you're going to hell." He said, "Well, my brothers, my big brothers, my father, my uncle, they all take a little beer after working in the mine." And then Prabhupada said, the Brahmin, waves disgustedly and walks away and says, "Your whole family is going to hell." And he said, the man thought, "Well, if we're all going to be there together, I guess it won't be so bad." And he said, that's material life. That we look around at everybody else, he's suffering. Well, I guess that's just the way it is. He said nobody has any impetus to make a change. So that was, again, so much of my contact with Prabhupada was, he said, devotional service is not a matter of sentimental speculation or emotional ecstasy, but practical activity in the foreground of spiritual life. Other things are there. I mean, different mystical experiences. It's always been like that. The Prabhupada was just, very practical level of preaching, and then gradually, that's what I would say now, that after all these years and really realizing this, there's no doubt about it. This is this is the best way to live. I had a medical examination recently after many years, 40 years, and the guy said, "You're in the top 15% of all people for your age. Your age in the top 15% of health category. And just following this yoga, maybe 70% sincere." Well, it's just a fact, just in terms of health and everything else. There's so many things like that I'm seeing. That other thing is that, I really, when Prabhupada says one should not be, become angry if his disciples cannot follow his instructions immediately. So trying to take some role as spiritual master in some aspect, sometimes I become so frustrated. I say the same things again and again, give the same advice, think, okay, cast them into the outer darkness or something. But then I think, wow, I'm only here because Prabhupada has been hanging on for so long, and tolerating and making progress because of that. And I really think, well, God, if he can tolerate me for so long, why can't I tolerate a few other people? So those are two very strong impressions.
All right. So that segment was recorded in Spain, by the way. And this was a segment that we had recorded also with Jayādvaita Swami. But the segment with Jayādvaita Swami is almost impossible to understand. It was the sound's pretty bad on it. So I'm going to play the last segment with Bhakti Gauravāṇī Swami. So here we go. And he'll tell us a little bit about Prabhupada in Germany.
Okay. All right.
Up here.
I think this is going to be all right. Is it closer to it like that? Yeah. Okay. To the heart, from the heart. Well, I mean, we were far away in Germany. There was no chance of meeting like Prabhupada in person soon. So first time I actually came in contact with Prabhupada, like Maharaj said, through his devotees, association with devotees. And even before that, we had in '69, I think, the Hare Krishna mantra record came out from London. That was the first time I heard anything about Krishna, but it didn't really register. It didn't really register. In those days, I was indirectly familiar. I had read Hermann Hesse's Siddhartha, so there were Krishna and Govinda were mentioned. But again, it was a nice story, but not much more. And worse than that, I had read Vivekananda, Jnana Yoga, Bhakti, so-called Bhakti Yoga. So I thought I knew something about this. And then I met the devotees in Hamburg in '71. And the first thing I got, because there were no books, there were practically no magazine, like, you know, what you understand as a magazine. It was just some kind of a folded big leaflet with one article by Prabhupada about the spiritual master. And a very beautiful picture of Prabhupada in Surat, sitting on the chariot. You know that one with the Mālatī? Wonderful picture. So I got that, and then I was invited, of course, to go to the temple. And that's how it starts. You come in contact. And my understanding now, when I look back, that Prabhupada was so powerful that, you know, the devotees in those days, especially in Hamburg, the oldest ones were like 2-year devotees. And the ones I met in the door, maybe 6 months or one year maximum. But already they had been transformed to such a degree that, you know, you're coming out from, or coming in from the outside world. And it's such a huge difference. Like Prabhupada said, you know, people, how they say, Vaikuntha men, and, you know, coming from Vaikuntha, and they have shaved head and tilak and all that. So that was the impression. And so then by just being with the devotees and taking prasadam and getting incense, that was the main interest, just getting incense. And so little by little, there was more and more attraction. And then finally, Ishopanishad came out in German. There were no books, not even English books. You know, nowadays, you go to a temple, you get a whole book table, and you can choose, you know, so many literatures. But there was nothing, practically speaking. The devotees had their books. There was only first canto, the old one from Delhi, and the abridged Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita hadn't come out, the full edition, and then they just had them from themselves. You couldn't take that with you. So there was nothing until Ishopanishad came. And that was the big game changer. Because still this impersonal understanding was there. Although you had been with devotees and they've told you something, but it wasn't so clear. But then when I began to read Ishopanishad, just the invocation, you know, where Prabhupada says that the complete whole is not formless. If he would be formless, then he would be less than his creation. So that doesn't end that life. If you talk about illumination, that was kind of illumination, you know, that made sense. So it must be form and no form, and then of course the Supreme Personality and all that. So that was the real direct contact with Prabhupada through his teachings, through his books.
You first met the devotees in
'71 on the street in Hamburg. You know, they go around and pass out leaflets and ask for a donation.
How much after that did you meet Srila Prabhupada?
Yeah, that was the summer of '71. And then, as I said, there was no books, so I didn't really became convinced until the end of the year, basically, when I got Ishopanishad. And I was still in the military. So I couldn't really be in the temple. I just could visit. And then in June, I was discharged, June 72. And in July 72, Prabhupada came to Paris. And because he only went to Paris and then to London, he wouldn't come to Germany. So everybody from practically all over Europe, we went to Paris. The Fontenay aux Roses, the old temple. Hari Vilas had established that temple. And in those days, you know, you had been there for a couple of months. Okay, you can become a Shakura. Unless you were a completely useless basket, basket case. So, I mean, with me were initiated Krishna Kshetra and Avanad and so many other. And so some of them had been there maybe for a few weeks, but that is, you know, that's how it worked in those days. So that was in 72, July, 50 years ago. We had anniversary a few weeks ago. First initiation. So Prabhupada, when he arrived, and I have this section in my book about Prabhupada and his disciples in Germany. I called it Sunrise in Paris. And well, the description, as I say there, I was very hesitant to put it in because we had this, I mean, not just me, the others also. When Prabhupada came up, became first visible coming out of customs. Yes, yeah, it was effulgent. What can you say? And I don't think it was an illusion. It actually, now I put this in, you know, it's confirmed in Chaitanya Charitamrita when King Ādipuruṣa sees the devotees in Jagannath Puri, and he sees that they are more effulgent than millions of suns. And that's, Prabhupada was like that. I'm sure you have seen him like this also. It's not just, you know, some, how you could fantasy because of some fanatic follower, you know, who sees this renewal in a certain light, and it's just completely imagination. I mean, it was real because when you are pure, then material, what so-called material covering is practically zero, and the spirit soul and Krishna just shines through. So that was like after all that, that was like the final confirmation. This is the real deal. Just reminded me when you said, you know, that when you started to chant, then after one day, something happened, right? When we talk about Prabhupada, you know, you asked about some outstanding quality maybe that we may appreciate. I think of the prayer he composed after having arrived in America, where he, you know, it's like it looks like a conflict. You know, what can I do? This is a terrible place. You know, it doesn't look like there's going to be any way these people are going to accept Krishna consciousness. But then he says, but, you know, it's possible because you are the supreme mystic and I have full faith in the holy name. And then he did it, you know, right? When he came to New York, what did he do? How to spread? Well, he sat down and chanted Hare Krishna. And somehow or other, the holy name acted and people became attracted and convinced. And that's how we're still trying to spread it like that. So this confirms the holy name definitely works. You didn't see the Tompkins Square Park, right?
I did see the devotees in Tompkins Square Park, but this was after Prabhupada contacted me.
67, 98, 68.
Yeah, I wasn't there for those historic kirtans with Hanumat and Kirtan. I came a little later. The devotees were chanting in the park.
And we went to the same spot.
Pretty much, yeah.
Famous place. Huh?
Famous place.
How much time are we going to record today? So we're just going to do it, and then they can take whatever they want.
Go on.
Well, we could go on. I mean, outstanding quality. What? I mean, there must be something amongst the 26 that we have. I mean, as I said, my perception when I see this prayer is how much Prabhupada was completely depending that Krishna will do it. If he wants to, he can do it. And what can I do? Just, I will just make me dance, and I'll be, I'll be just cooperating, and so this is, I think it's one of the outstanding qualities. Complete faith in the holy name of Krishna. What can we do?
Surrender.
Complete surrender. Right?
So,
I think there was once an inquiry, what quality one would appreciate most Prabhupada. And at that time, I said he was always grave. Isn't it? Most of the time.
Yeah.
But then one time, as he was asking, we really saw Prabhupada laughing like we never have seen him laugh before. There was a morning walk in Germany, and in the fields, and then there was a helicopter coming. And somebody pointed out, because maybe thinking, well, Prabhupada may not know what a helicopter is. He said, "This is a helicopter, Prabhupada." So Prabhupada, I know. He said, in England, they arranged a helicopter for me, taking me from, the airport to Bhaktivedanta Manor. And but I had to pay for it. And he related the story to illustrate that. He said once a guru entrusted his money to his disciple, and the disciple, he arranged for the guru to speaking in some event, and he made wonderful arrangements and wonderful prasadam and this and this and this. And then the guru said, "Oh, this is all very, very nice service. And it's all your mercy, Guru." Because he had spent the money the guru had given him. So when they rented the helicopter, where's the money coming from? From collection or sankirtan or whatever, donations which were meant, not exactly for that purpose. I paid for it. And he was laughing like anything. But of course, in one sense, it wasn't so much appreciated. So.
All right. So this has been a very amazing group of devotees, recollections, prayers, exhortations, dreams for the future, all these different things rolled into one. And this will be available on the internet, and I hope to put timestamps on it soon so that you can, rewatch any particular devotee that you're interested in seeing. It'll be probably available in several places. It's going to be available on my YouTube channel. It'll be available on the ISKCON NYC TV channel. It'll be available on the YouTube GBC STP channel to SPT channel. It'll be available on that channel as well. So thank you all for participating. That's the end of all of our presentations today. And, it was an interesting chance to walk through the history of ISKCON, the dreams about the future of ISKCON, the various devotees, how they came to ISKCON, how different devotees view Srila Prabhupada, how grateful we are for what Prabhupada did, and all those things all rolled into one. So at this point, we will end with a Vanchakalpa Tarubhishcha Kripa Sindhu Vyeva Cha Patitam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So we hope to see you all again, and thank you very much. Hare Krishna.